I did not call anybody's name.
Left hand is not left at
You
all.
people see. I said I just learned that somebody has a side cheek. I didn't call anybody's name. I like peace. Well, speaking of peace, tomorrow is Workers' Day. It has been declared a public holiday. So I'm thinking of giving out 2 tickets on Angel the Laugh's Jokes and Theatre happening tomorrow. We have giveaway tickets. Quinn will give out more tickets on Entertainment Today. But I'd like to give out just 2 of those tickets on the morning show today. All right, just 2 of those tickets. So it's going to happen Oak Park and Garden Event Center, number 1 Stadium Road. That's the venue. The time is 5 p.m. tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday now. 5 p.m. tomorrow. Angel the Laugh, Guinness World Record holder, is the host of the event. I see a lineup of several big names and upcoming names. All of them will be there tomorrow. So this is what we'll do. I like to always keep it simple. The adverts has been running here because we are partners in this. Just give me 2 of the guests to be on that show. 2 of the expected performance on that show. Just 2 of them. All right? Send it to our WhatsApp. I'll call the WhatsApp number 0701 9339 962. Again, 0701 9339 962. I want just 2 of the persons that will be performing tomorrow at Jokes and Theatre with Angel the Laugh from 5 p.m. tomorrow. Oak Park and Garden Event Center, number 1 Stadium Road, Port Harcourt. Just mention 2. Send it to our WhatsApp number, which I've just called. The first to respond, the fastest finger will get 2 tickets. Fastest fingers, 2 of them will get 2 tickets, courtesy Today95.1 FM. So I'll check that. You get it correct, we'll respond to you via the channel. All right, and we can just invite you to come pick your ticket. No ceremony, no score. You just come pick it up, and then you go enjoy yourself. It's ticket for 1 person. All right, it's just ticket for 1 person, right? So there you have it. You can plan for it. Let's take you through. Before I take you through the papers, let me mention the channel so you can contribute if you like to. 0810-9510-951. Again, 0810-9510-951. So that number you can, I said send message, somebody do me video call. So this number you can call when the phone line is open so we can take your reaction, all right? Because we want you to reach out to us. We'd like to hear from you. And then 0701-9339-962. I called this number already. That's for the competition, but it's still our general WhatsApp line. So, and also the same number you can use to send text messages to us. So there you have it. You can send a voice message to any of the stories that catches your fancy and you want to react to it. So that is your blog. On YouTube and Facebook, same tag, Today951FM. YouTube and Facebook, Today951FM. All right. So YouTube, you can watch us live. Facebook, you'll find posts for general posts and opinion poll. General posts and opinion poll you can find on Facebook. All right. You would also find on X at TodayFM951. TodayFM951. You will find there opinion poll and the general post. Opinion poll and the general post. But on Instagram and Threads, you will find only the post for opinion poll at TodayFM951. Only the post for opinion poll at TodayFM951. You can listen live on our website, www.todayfmlive.com. www.todayfmlive.com. So just click on the listen live there. On Tuning Radio and Radio Garden and apps, you can find us. Today 95.1 FM. Today 95.1 FM. All right, so those are your channels in reaching out and being part of the conversation. Let's race through some of the stories, okay, this morning. Daily Post. Tinubu appoints Biaka Odumego Ojukwu Foreign Affairs Minister. President Bola Tinubu has appointed Ambassador Bianca Odumego Ojukwu as Nigeria's Minister of Foreign Affairs following the resignation of Ambassador Yusuf Toga, who stepped down to participate in the 2027 elections. I heard that he has even declared his intention to run for the office of the governor in Bauchi State. All right, he has made that announcement. Ambassador Ojukwu previously served as Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs A statement by Tinubu spokesman, Bayo Nanuga, says the president nominated Ambassador Shola Enikondolaye as the new Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, subject to Senate confirmation. Until its nomination, Ambassador Enikondolaye from Kogi State served as Senior Special Assistant to the President on Foreign Affairs and International Relations. Tinubu nominates Rabiu Umar as new NMDPRA boss. President Bola Tinubu has removed Saidu Mohammed as head of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA. He has nominated Rabiu Abdullahi Umar to replace him, but the appointment still requires Senate approval. This was disclosed by Bayo, special advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, shared on his X on Wednesday, that's his X account on Wednesday, April 26, 2026, or April 29, 2026. The Presidency says the decision was taken in public interest and in line with the Petroleum Industry Act 2021 to improve regulation of the sector. Umar has over 25 years of experience in energy, manufacturing, and infrastructure. He studied accounting at Bayero University and also attended the Harvard Business School. So there you have it. Dangote Refinery hikes petrol price. So we had stayed around this 1,250, 1,006, 1,270. While the tensions between the US and Iran, they've just been simmering. Now, boom. The latest I'm hearing is that military strikes are returning as an option on the table. Initially, they said, all of this was going to remain diplomatic. But those talks are not having any headway. They are not having any. In fact, the Iranians are not attending meetings anymore. They say they do not trust the Americans. And as a result of that, Trump has been saying what he's been saying. Iranians have been saying what they are saying. Now we heard that military strikes are back on the table. Meanwhile, in America, the Trump administration is receiving a lot of hammer on the way they have gone about this war in Iran and so on and so forth. If they say they're looking for nuclear weapons, in one breath, they say that the weapons have been obliterated completely. In same breath, they are also saying and that they suspected that the Iranians were still enriching nuclear weapons. I'm like, what are people saying? And this was part of congressional things that came out of Congress when the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, was invited to come explain to congressmen, all right, what exactly they were doing with the case in Iran. So with the tension spiking, crude oil price has gone above the $100 mark. It's somewhere around $114. So Dangote Refinery has increased the ex-depot price of petrol by 75 naira. So it stayed around 1,200 for a week or two, maybe even three. It has shot up again to 1,275 naira per litre, which would mean that we now buy petrol, might get back to that 1,300, in some places 1,310. Wow. So yeah, that's that news. That's the news. So Brent crude trading at $114.80 per barrel, making a 3.15% increase. Sad. Tribune, Senate approves Tinubu's $516.3 million loan request. The Senate approved the $516.3 million loan request by President Bola Tinubu on Wednesday. The money will be used for the construction of the Sokoto-Badagry Superhighway Section 1, Phase 1A and B. The approval was given after the Senate considered the report of its Committee on Local and Foreign Debt. The committee chaired by Senator Wamako recommended the approval of the loan. The syndicated financing facility is being sought by Deutsche Bank, according to a letter of request Tinubu sent to the Senate last Thursday. Senators unanimously approved the loan request on Wednesday at the session presided over by the Senate President Godswill Akpabio. We know that 2 days ago, the House of Reps did the same thing. They too approved this loan request by President Tinubu. All right, so we'll see what would happen next. Let's move on. Court bars INEC from recognizing ADC congresses. The Federal High Court in Abuja yesterday barred the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC from recognizing or participating in any congress organized by a disputed caretaker leadership of the African Democratic Congress ADC. Justice Joyce Abdulmalik, in a judgment, also restrained the Senator David Mark-led leadership of the ADC from interfering with the functions and tenure of elected state executives. Justice Abdulmalik held that the duty of conducting state congresses resides with state executive committees of the party and not the National Executive Committee. The judge held that the 4-year tenure of the ADC's state working committees and state executive committees remains valid and subsisting pending the conduct of properly constituted state congresses and the convocation of a national convention. She further held that the country's constitution and the ADC's Constitution do not empower the party's caretaker interim national working committee led by Mark to appoint any Congress committee for the purpose of conducting state congresses. The News Agency of Nigeria, NAN, reports that some aggrieved state chairman of the ADC had filed the suit to challenge the David Mark faction of the party. The cable newspaper, Supreme Court to deliver judgment in ADC leadership tussle today, as well as that of the PDP. Supreme Court has fixed Thursday, April 30, which is today, to deliver judgment in an appeal filed by David Mark, national chairman of the African Democratic Congress ADC, over the leadership tussle in the country. The appeal marked -- was listed for judgment on the website of the Supreme Court and indicates that the date has been communicated to the parties in the suit. According to the notice, the judgment will commence at 2 p.m. IGP approves dismissal, prosecution of officers over killing of suspects in Delta State. IGP approves dismissal, prosecution of officers over killing of suspects in Delta State. So we listen to the Inspector General of Police speak on this. That's what the story is about. So let's roll this over. He's made a recommendation. Tinubu endorses Obafemi Hamzat's 2027 Lagos governorship bid. Same yesterday, Jan Dor bought the form for the governorship election in Lagos State for the APC. He bought his form and he posed for a picture in his office. I'm like, I said, well, it's like Chief Okere said, Kelly, don't look at it like that. They are making investments. He said they are making investments. I said, wow, it's all right. That would be interesting. In politics, anything is possible. Abio, okay. So Tinubu endorses Obafemi Hamzat's 2027 Lagos governorship bid. So you listen to the governor of Lagos State speak. You listen to his deputy governor, who is likely to be the APC candidate for that election in 2027. And then Reps Amend Electoral Act set appeal court as final arbiter for National Assembly and governorship pre-election disputes. Still developing, so let's see. The House of Representatives has amended the Electoral Act 2026, designating the Court of Appeal as the final arbiter for pre-election disputes involving state houses of assembly, the National Assembly, and governorship contests. So governorship used to be Supreme Court. If this is passed, okay, so it should be, for governorship, it's the Supreme Court. If this is passed and harmonized by the Senate, sent to the President, and the President assents to it, it will mean that everything litigation, pre-election litigation for governorship through to state house of assemblies would all end at the Court of Appeal. It won't get to the Supreme Court. The lower legislative chamber also empowered the Court of Appeal to hear pre-election matters involving presidential elections as a court of first instance, with appeals going to the Supreme Court. The amendment bill was co-sponsored by Benjamin Kalu, Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives and Chairman of 4 committees: Adebayo Balogun, Electoral Matters; Babajimi Benson, Defense; Inolim Inaji, Ports and Harbour; and Maki Yaleman, Police. Presenting the general principle of the bill during Wednesday's plenary, Balogun said the amendment to Section 29 of the Electoral Act 2026 provides clarity, certainty, and uniformity in the jurisdiction and determination of pre-election matters arising from party primaries and other pre-election activities. He said the amendment will comprehensively regulate the jurisdiction and adjudication of pre-election matters, delineating the courts vested with original jurisdiction over different categories of dispute. The lawmaker said the new position will eliminate jurisdictional conflicts by expressly providing that no court shall entertain pre-election matters except as stipulated in the proposed section. Pre-election matters relating to National Assembly, State House of Assembly, and governorship elections shall commence at the Federal High Court with appeals lying as of right to the Court of Appeal. Pre-election matters concerning presidential elections shall be commenced at the Court of Appeal, which shall exercise original jurisdiction with further appeals lying to the Supreme Court. Balogun said the amendment will eliminate jurisdictional conflicts by expressly providing that no court shall entertain, and so on. Overall, it will streamline the adjudication of pre-election disputes, reduce forum shopping, ensure speedy dispensation of justice, and strengthen Nigeria's electoral legal framework in line with the constitutional provisions. Section 29A sub 1 of the new amendment states that notwithstanding the provisions of any other law, all pre-election matters arising from the nomination of candidates and other pre-election activities under Section 285 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as altered, and this act shall be commenced, heard, and determined in accordance with the provisions of this section. Okay. Court grants FG's request to shield witness identity in trial of coup suspects. The Federal High Court in Abuja has granted an application by the federal government to shield the identity of a prosecution witness in the ongoing trial of 6 suspected coup plotters. Joyce Abdul-Malik, presiding judge, gave the ruling on Wednesday following an application by Rotimi Oyedepo, counsel to the prosecution. Oyedepo says the witness and a serving officer could be exposed to unnecessary attack. So it's only one witness, if identified. Citing Section 232 of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act 2015, which allows courts to adopt protective measures in sensitive cases. Lawyers to the defendants did not oppose the request for protection, but argued that the defense must still be aware of the witness's identity. They say shielding the witness from the public may be justified, but concealing the identity from the defense could affect the defendant's rights to a fair hearing and affect proper cross-examination. The defense urged the courts to not leprosy. Nigeria will take loans when necessary. So, you see, the clips I even shared were clips from the cable newspaper, even though it had gone viral yesterday. So when it went viral yesterday, I just didn't bother about those short clips. I rather chose to archive the ones sent by the presidency. And then when I listened through what they sent and also listened to what channels had posted of that same event, I'm like, why did they remove these? So I went back to check and I found them on the cable channel, and it was actually said, the president said it, borrowing is not leprosy. Nigeria will take loans when necessary. He said the problem is if we have to borrow, we borrow. Borrowing is not leprosy. We just have to work hard to be able to pay for it. Vanguard newspaper, ADC pushes back as court bars INEC from recognizing state congresses. I'm sure when this ruling drops today, the ADC would have a clearer footing. All of these noise and distractions would have been settled once and for all. So we would know. We will know. In a statement by its National Publicity Secretary, Malam Bolaji Abdullahi, the party says its attention was drawn to reports and outlined its immediate response. The African Democratic Congress ADC has noted media reports suggesting that the Federal High Court, presided over by Honorable Justice Joyce Abdul-Malik, has sacked the party's duly elected and yet to be inaugurated state chairman. He pointed to the party's earlier position on the tenure of its officials. For clarity, the party had earlier stated immediately after the congresses that the process did not in any way truncate the tenure of the current state executives, who will serve out their mandates before the new elected officials are inaugurated. The party added that it's now seeking legal guidance on the implications of the ruling. ADC, however, has directed its legal team to obtain and review the judgment in detail and advise the party on the appropriate course of action. Daily Trust, Tinubu, they want to get rid of me, but I'm stubborn. I'm a stubborn politician. President Tinubu speaking there. That's the second one which you listened to that was removed. And then tomorrow has been declared as public holiday to mark Workers' Day celebration. May 1, 2026, public holiday to celebrate this year's International Workers' Day. Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunji Ojo announced this on behalf of the federal government in a statement by Dr. Magdalene Ajani, the permanent secretary of the ministry, on Wednesday. While congratulating workers across the country on this year's celebration, the minister commended Nigerian workers for their hard work and dedication to national development. All right, that's the story. And those are the stories we're able to share with you at this time, all of them. We'll go on a break. When we come back, we'll slowly and gingerly get into the issues. Please stay with us.
Today is business. Today is a new trend for your businesses. We give you all the information you need to grow your business, new ideas and innovations that keep you earning more and staying relevant.
Every day, we engage in business, buying and selling, trading, and exchanging of services as individuals or as a country. Money goes round, it goes up and down. But have you ever wondered what business is all about? And have you ever wondered how you can stand out in your business?
Today FM has got you covered every Wednesday between the hours of 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
Learn all you need from professionals on how the country runs its business affairs and how you can be an outstanding entrepreneur and grow your business.
Business Today.
Baby shark do 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 baby shark do 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 baby shark. That is my passion.
Children are a beam of sunlight. On Kiddies Playground, smart is the new cool. We have interesting activities lined up for everyone, from storytelling to games to quizzes, where you get to win loads and loads of gifts. Do you have what it takes to compete and win exciting prizes? Then don't miss any episode of Kiddies Playground every Saturday at 7:30 a.m. only on Today 95.1 FM, where playtime comes to life.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race with deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore.
As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody. Yeah!
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
It was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on it.
That's Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk.
Weekdays, 2 p.m.
Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Voice of the people.
Hello, join us Fridays, 7:30 a.m. on Our Top Picks, and together we'll review the big national stories of the week, all in 30 minutes. It promises so much fun. Our Top Picks, Fridays, 7:30 a.m. Don't miss it.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies.
Get ready to turn up the volume and dive into the heartbeat of entertainment. From the hottest celebrity gist to trending music, movie buzz, viral moments, and behind-the-scenes drama. This is where the fun never stops. Tuning to Entertainment Today, only on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, your station for pure entertainment. Weekdays, 11:30 a.m. Entertainment Today, where your favorite stars and stories come alive.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back.
Yo, thank you all for staying with us. Let's continue our conversation. Mr. Emmanuel Ndukwe is in the studio. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Good morning, and good morning, Nigeria.
All right, so about jokes and theater with Angel the Laugh, we have a first winner. I'm just going through the messages. I said fastest finger, so we have a first winner. In fact, the first person that sent a message got it right, the two persons mentioned. So we've responded to him. I'm going through the others. When you answer correctly, you'll be the second winner. I'm giving just 2 tickets. The rest will be done by Queen on Entertainment today and tomorrow. Today and tomorrow. But for this show, I'm giving out just 2 tickets. Okay? So there you have it. Let's come back to the issues making news. So, Supreme Court finally, you said so.
Yes.
You said so yesterday.
Yes.
And I too have been announcing that it's very likely that a decision will be made this week. Because when you look at, first they said they gave it accelerated hearing. They heard, even though the ADC decided to nudge them to say, well, let's not assume that you would act expeditiously. Let's also just nudge you so that you do it indeed. Supreme Court has said so. A really important decision that a lot of people are looking forward to. Rightly so, yeah?
Of course, it should be. I think all the priority attention should be given to it. Let's hear it, Kelly. I always love anything that goes to the court, especially Supreme Court. Let it be just done with. And then we know the position and know how to either struggle to align or otherwise to distance ourselves. Because there is no other challenge anywhere. So I think it will be best that they do it today. When Dr. Bidima was talking yesterday, I mentioned Friday being public holiday. I really know that if truly the people are going to be expeditious in handling that, it has to be Thursday.
Okay.
So, and it's happened that way. At least let's see exactly what they'll come up with.
And for all the distractions, all the factions up and down, I am this faction, I am that faction, this ruling, to a large extent, will give not just the ADC, but it will also give PDP clarity on, okay, our fate is sealed. If it's the Makinde faction, our fate is now effectively sealed. Our option is we have to look for another home. Otherwise, we'll join camps with the Yes on Wiki group. We'll settle for anything that they give us because we want to contest on the platform of the PDP.
Or you don't want, you leave.
So, or if the court says, well, indeed, party matters remain internal affairs, the court lacks jurisdiction, it would have effectively put to an end the Yes on Wiki group.
Yes.
That's the other way it could go.
Of course.
Effectively would have brought to an end the Yes on Wiki group. And not just the Yes on Wiki group, the suspension initially announced from that convention will take effect automatically.
Of course.
So Yes on Wiki and his allies, all of them will be swept out of the PDP if the Supreme Court rules in favor of the Sheyi Makinde group. If that happens. But if it doesn't happen, so I think what's going to happen today at the Supreme Court is very important. It's really, really important in setting the tone for 2027 when it comes to the opposition parties. Either way it rules, there'll be clarity instantly when the Supreme Court delivers judgment, whether it's for the ADC or it's for the PDP.
That's what I'm saying, Kelly. I think it will be so. And let us done with this. It's not the first issue. Because every time I am pained by ADC coming out to do this, it will look as if, particularly, maybe some people are against them. So let's handle it. I want to believe that the Supreme Court will be just as it should, neutral to interests. Well, Kelly, I don't want to go more than that, but let us just have it that they are going to get justice from there.
Okay. Other panelists are writing their names. Let me allow them just get through with that so we can take their views on this all-important ruling expected today. All-important ruling we're expecting today. Okay, so we have our 2 winners already. Some of you are still dropping messages. We have our 2 winners already, and they have been reached. They have been reached already. So all we need you to do, if you're still listening to us, all we need you to do is do the response to what I've asked, and then come by the station and pick your tickets. Come by the station and pick your ticket. Remember, the ticket admits only you. The ticket admits one person. I said so now. So it admits just one person. If you want to go for your special, the other, you have to pay for the person. But you can just choose to sacrifice it. Maybe go. I'll book your ride. I'll book your ride. I'll give you money for shawarma and all of those things. Go and enjoy yourself, baby. She will not be like, won't you come? How will you do now? It's a lie, oh. I think it's fake, oh. Don't fall for it, oh. Like, don't fall for it. Just tell her, baby, go and enjoy yourself. Come back and gist me. It's your head. You want peace. Otherwise, nothing for you, oh. All right, Nicholas Ubong Francis, congratulations. So come by the station and pick your tickets for Jokes and Theatre with Angel the Laugh, happening tomorrow, May 1. Let's move on. Professor Wareme B. Uranta, lecturer, Department of Political Science, Ignatius Ajuri University, Teenage Management and Social Research Consultant. Oh, it's now Prof.
Good.
He used to be associate
You
Prof.
observed that.
Welcome, Prof.
Thank you, Kelly.
The circle is complete.
Thank you, and the panelists. Good morning, everybody.
Maki Tanen Adubabare Esquire, solicitor and advocate as well as notary public of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, socio-political analyst and mentorship coach. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Morning, Kelly. Morning, everybody.
Felt like you went to Dubai and then you got stuck in the crossfire between Iran and US and all of those things.
No, I've been here. I've shown every opportunity to move out of this place. This is the best place to be on this side of the
moving out it's not Jackpot. You can go on holiday.
No, not now.
You don't want to be like us.
This is a very critical moment. Even if I have option to go to Panya, I will not do that.
Even on holiday, to just go and stretch your legs, look at some of the beautiful beaches in parts of the world, and some shankers.
I've told you enough that when there's leprosy in the family, you don't talk about ringworm.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a big problem here.
You didn't hear that somebody has side chick? Have you heard that gist?
What is that?
Somebody has side chick. This Gen Z language is becoming a problem. He's lost. He doesn't even understand what I'm saying.
No, I'm familiar with them now. You go explain time.
Welcome, sir.
Kelly, thank you so much.
Let me go to Prof. Prof, congratulations again.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you. Expected ruling today from the Supreme Court. All important ruling, yes?
Well, it's very critical for our democracy. The judiciary, the fundamental function of the judiciary is to, determine cases, interpret the Constitution. And I believe that is why the matters were taken to them to look at it so that we'll be able to know where we stand. So today, the judgment, they are going to deliver judgment on whether the DC will be in the ballot. I think that's a summary of it, or whether it will be in the ballot as a political party.
No, they'll be on the ballot either way.
Okay, David Mark.
The David Mark group will control the party.
So
that will be the key thing.
So the judiciary will decide that. But for me, I will, looking at the character of the Nigerian state and the Nigerian politics, I'm still not optimistic in terms of the fact that the ADC will have
victory
because the system is structured in such a way that there is fear for opposition, especially in recent time and all that. So the state itself, the state controlled by the APC government, will not want, because there has been analysis to show that if ADC is on the ballot, contest that election, that they are going to find it very difficult, and that is why everything possible is being done to ensure that it is not on the ballot. It's a serious threat to the state, to the government of the day.
They say they're not threatened.
And they will always say so. So I know that the issue of trying to fight the opposition and make sure that we fight opposition has been on the front burner. In fact, Rivers State, it has been domesticated in the last election, where some groups were either asked not to, a lot of stress on the opposition to make sure that they are not on the ballot, and they were able to go through. So they want to also transport that kind of, system, that kind of attitude to the federal, at the federal level. So we are going to see it. For me, I don't think, because the judiciary itself, we know the character of the judiciary, that the judiciary seems to be an appendage of the state itself. And it's only Jonathan that will allow if you look at the history of the federal elections and all that, everybody that is in power at that time, every person in power at that time is always doing everything to make sure that they complete their 2 tenures. It's only Jonathan that, whether I will call it as a result of patriotism, he said he didn't want any blood to be shed and all that, so he could not continue. But as long as this government is concerned, by my studies and researches, I want to tell you that nothing so good will come out of it in terms of allowing the opposition to the ADC to contest this election, with the government of the day.
Okay.
That's my position.
Mark Tanesa.
Yeah.
This case will touch on 2 strong issues.
Okay.
PDP, the conflict between the Makinde group and the Yesonwige group. ADC, the conflict between the action of INEC, which is, according to them, as a result of that court ruling from the Court of Appeal. So it will decide whether the court has jurisdiction to hear the matter. Because the Supreme Court could rule and say, oh, the lower court has jurisdiction to hear this matter, agreeing with the Court of Appeal, which would mean that David Mark would now have to return to that first court of instance to settle that matter. That matter is set for until the matter is on the Supreme Court is decided. So if the Supreme Court pronounces, oh yes, the first court of instance has jurisdiction to hear this matter because it touches on the rights of party members and so on and so forth, and infringes on the constitution of your party, return to that first court and exhaust this matter at the first court. What it means is they have to return to the first court of instance. But that still gives them a little glimmer of hope in the sense that that matter is set for ruling. So I don't expect it to be delayed any further. Maybe the Supreme Court could say, well, the first court of instance should give it accelerated hearing such that it doesn't delay any further. If that court gives a decision, that decision could now guide INEC in who to recognize at least officially. When that court gives its decision, that decision will be taken back to the Supreme Court. Very likely it will return to the Supreme Court because the parties involved would appeal it all the way to the Supreme Court. So that's what's likely to happen with the David Mark, these scenarios likely to happen. But if the Supreme Court makes a pronouncement, which is what Mark is asking, the court lacks jurisdiction to hear this matter. They should stay off. The matter is settled once and for all. The Gombe and the rest of them, they just know where their blood group is and they will fall in that direction. It will just be settled. PDP, Makinde, and Yeson Wike. Makinde group gets the nod. It's an internal affair of your party. You chose, you set your rules, you decided to bend your rules. It is your business. It doesn't concern the courts. The courts lacks jurisdiction to entertain this matter. Effectively bars and see, they will use cane, but Yeson Wike come more for PDP once and for all. But if the flip happens, Makinde and co would have to find a new home. That's if they don't want to join Yeson Wike in the PDP, that he is now the national leader. So very important decisions we're expecting from the Supreme Court today on the lifeblood of political parties, these 2 opposition parties, ADC and PDP.
Well, in my usual style, and I made it very clear, whenever I'm no longer wanted, I should be given the signal. It's like a Marco Polo, flashing lights at a smaller car. A wise driver would just give way. It's like being at a junction and you hear, trailer fair break. Don't talk about right of way, because you may not live to tell the story. Kelly, permit me, I would like to quote Apostle Barnabas of True Assembly International, who has this to say: whenever you support evil done to others, you position yourself and family to partake in that same evil. Injustice in a lawless country flies like stray bullets. You never know on who it will land. It's very unfortunate. For me, there's no mixing word. There's no ground for neutrality. The problem of this country is on my constituency. I'm a lawyer. My reading law, I've told you here, what made me to read law was search for justice. It's a question of what is justice all about? I was to be an engineer. My delight is walking to site and say, wait a minute, hold on there, knock down that wall. It's not in compliance with the standard architectural masterpiece with me. So it is that pursuit. And so when I see what is happening, it's just like when Obakuba was talking long time ago, and he expressed deep worry. You can capture what Obakuba was saying about the failure on the part of the judiciary when he said that in the past it's like somebody is sick. Let's say I'm sick and I have to come to your hospital and you say, look, Monkey, you have to go for test. And they told me I have malaria. Okay, I have to go to Ndukwe specialist hospital. They say I have to go for test. They told me I have typhoid. And then I go to professor's consultant's facility. And the next thing I'm hearing from consultant lab is that I have brain tumor. I'm telling you, I may not make a fourth consultation when I will be sent mentally packing. And you know, the moment the brain fails, forget it. That fellow is gone. So a lot of people who die is like somebody who don't have the courage to enter theater. The moment that's why you ask for what we call consent. The moment the person tells you I'm not comfortable, just forget it. You know, you just carry a dead body in the next hour to the morgue. It's unfortunate what is happening in Nigeria. It's an interesting time to be alive. And when I look at, you see this thing that's happening. You saw what happened about the electoral fraud that has taken place now, the electoral law that they amended, just like tax law, which you are aware. It's on account of lawyers. We cannot. The people who are behind all these crises you are having. See, Kelly, it is our future. It is the future of our children. It is our destiny, our collective destiny that these people are playing with. In fact, you know, Nelson Mandela, before he died, said long ago, he said, the world is waiting for Nigeria to take his position on what I may prefer to call on the canvas of life of the world stage. That until that happens, that the black race is facing a hopeless situation. And he also said when he was talking to Professor, what is his name? I've forgotten now that professor granted him interview in 2007. He said in the very summary form that he is deeply worried why Nigerians are not willing to take their destiny into their hands. That people that are supposed to protect their interests have assumed and taken over public wealth, what belongs to the people, and convert them into private wealth. That there's a level of poverty in Nigeria that should be unacceptable. And he is personally worried why Nigerians are not as much worried than they are presently. Okay. You see, the Supreme Court is not just a court of law. In the strictest sense of it, Supreme Court is not only a court of law, it's also a court of policy. And when we talk about policy, because that is the last hope. By the time Nigeria assumed the position of being a republic in 1963, Privy Council was pushed out. So Supreme Court became the final court of authority. Whatever it says becomes the law automatically. And that is how it is supposed to be. Was it Oputa? Puta who said it. He said when the legislature is corrupt, he said they go to the judiciary. Okay. He said when there's problem with the executive, he said they go to the judiciary. Okay. But when the judiciary is corrupt, he raised a question that nobody answered. He said from there. No. He said from there, where do you go? As a Supreme Court jurist, he knew what he was saying. And before my eyes, Kelly, this very administration that is in place now and what is happening in this country, my hope is completely lost in the judiciary. And I predicted long ago that the way things are going, which is exactly the pathway that Prof is even charting. You don't need rocket science. The way things are going in this country, we must end in revolution. Mark my words somewhere. We must end in revolution. Because once the judiciary is captured, take note of what I'm saying. Once the judiciary is captured, because perhaps you may not understand how powerful the judiciary is. Judiciary even define your life.
So you don't have confidence in what will come up from the court.
That confidence is lost.
It's lost. Okay.
It's lost. And if he want to redeem himself, because he lost that for me.
Okay.
It's like a broken record between me and you. For the Supreme Court, Supreme Court as an institution will have no problem. But the individuals, that's why I said some time ago when I used a word and somebody felt I was being going too far or crossing the red line by saying some shameless justices of the Supreme Court. And he asked me to pull down that piece that I put up. Unfortunately, that guy, I don't know whether he died of heart attack because it's a very terrible situation of things that we find ourselves in.
We have to go for a commercial break. When we come back, we'll continue. Yeah, please stay with us.
All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique dial.
All right, thank you again for staying with us. Please tell us what you do at Nons.
My country people, now good morning for inside this morning. No, Nons Luxury Homes Limited don't carry ogbonge promo price. When go sweet all of na for Beleo. My name na Ngwawari Allen Jack. We dey introduce Nons Flourish Estate, where they for Imogu near K2's filling station, Omagwa. Now just 5 minutes drive from airport roundabout with fantastic promo price of 1.8 million naira. Our installment payment now 2 million naira. This land na correct investment too, and value they show itself for this land. Land na correct investment. It good make you come invest for you and your family. And our land na complete dry land, na table land. Even as the rain dey fall, if na come, na go find out say the place na table land. Nothing like say you go buy today, tomorrow problem go come shele. We dey give a better assurance say nothing like that could happen for future. And when you buy this land, you buy them immediately and you start to build. You go see say no harassment. Now be our own assurance to you. Nothing like harassment. Our office there for number 120 Airport Road, Igritali. Our office number now 0913 238 2724. I go call them again. 0913 238 2724. Our second number now 0808 414 6285. I go call them again. 0808 414 6285. Nons Flourish Estates for Imogu, Omagwa. Now just 5 minutes drive from the airport roundabout. It is available for outright payment of 1.8 million naira. You fit start with 1 million naira. Then you stretch am for 3 months. The best thing be say we go summer you with immediate allocation and 50 blocks where you go take start building or your fencing. Our second package now, we dey call am Nons Garden Estate. This garden estate dey for Omagwa near AP Junction, Agwawura. Now 5 minutes drive from airport roundabout and 5 minutes drive from Alu. Now buy and build. And our instant price now 1.8 million naira. Installment payment now 2 million naira. You fit pay small payment of 1 million naira. Then you spread them for 3 months. You no need to fear anything concerning us because we sure for you and we value well. And our land, your land no go enter water. We be family real estate. We take you like ourselves. So assurance dey for you. Call us for 0913 238 2724. I go call them again. 0913 238 2724. Our second number now 0808 414 6285. I go call them again. 0808 414 6285. Our office there for number 120 Airport Road, Igritali. My country people, this time now for you to get your own land, not they wait for anybody. Come and buy. And one thing about land, we say, if they appreciate, you know they depreciate. You know, be like person when go buy car. If you want to sell them, the money don't go down. Land no be like that. Land na assets. Our inspection days now from Mondays to Saturday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and we no get any hidden charges, no community wahala. Just come, see and buy and start your building straight away. Our office number is 2724. I go call am again 0913 238 2724. Our second number now 0808 414 6285. I go call am again 0808 414 6285. Our office dey for number 120 Airport Road, Igritali. No be like that male or that pale. When they postpone. When we don't tell am say come back, in they postpone. Then at the end of the day, in no buy. Now regret go follow am. People when they come buy 1 plus, they come buy 2 plus. They not get too head. So you, my brother, you, my sister, you say you feel be landlord of your own self. Nothing like make you buy, you build, you day for old age, you day at peace in your house. Nobody worry nobody. POS operator, even market people, na fit come buy. You when they do osusu, they do akawo, they do contribution on a daily basis. My dear, this particular land now for you to come buy. You gather your money when you dey save, come buy. No allow your children come they ask you question for all day. Say my papa, invest for yourself and your family. Time not they wait for anybody. No worry anybody at old age. It good make you come buy now, come build. And our watchword now, talk and do. Yes, talk and do now, and I be our watchword. We know they carry last at all. We dey also give free deed of conveyance and instant allocation with 50 blocks to start your building.
Okay. Those are paying installment. How long do they have to complete their payment?
3 months.
When they complete the payment, what documents do they receive?
Free deed of conveyance with instant allocation. That instant allocation are just for within 3 days. We don't summon you with instant allocation and 50 blocks.
So the same thing with people that pay outright?
Yes, for people that pay outright. So long you don't start your payment for our office. We don't summon you with instant allocation with free deed of conveyance.
Okay. When are your inspection days?
Our inspection days now from Mondays to Saturday. Time now 10 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Is it free?
Yes, it is free.
Okay. Where are the properties located again?
Our property is located at North Flourish Estate there for Imogu, Omagwa, just 5 minutes drive from the airport roundabout, and North Garden Estate, Omagwa, near AP Junction, Agwawura. It just there 5 minutes drive from airport roundabout and 3 minutes drive from Alu. Now come buy and build.
Okay. Why should people trust nuns?
Why when I go fit trust us be say we be family real estate and we dey give free deed of conveyance with instant allocation within 3 days with 50 blocks to start your building, and our land na table land, nothing like waterlogged.
Phone numbers again and physical address.
Our phone numbers na 0913 238 2724. I will call am again 0913 238 2724. The second number now 0808 414 6285. I go call am again 0808 414 6284. Like I say, our outright payment for these 2 estates now 1.8 million naira with installment payment of 2 million naira. This 2 million naira, if you stretch them within 3 months, you stretch them. Come, we dey wait for you. Come our office so that we'll carry you go our site to come inspect the place.
All right. Ngowari from Non's Luxury Homes, thank you so much for making the time to be here.
Thank you, sir.
News update next. Please stay with us.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly E. Kemenjima. President Bola Tinubu has approved 2 billion naira in relief support for victims of the March 29 attack in Agwan-Rukuba, Jos Plateau State. President Tinubu urged Plateau State leaders to commit to lasting peace and address the root causes of recurring violence in the state. This was disclosed in a statement by presidential spokesperson Bayo Nanuga during an interactive meeting with a 32-man delegation from Plateau State in fulfillment of the president's earlier promise to engage stakeholders following the violence in Jos North local government area. At the end of the meeting, Plateau leaders pledged renewed commitment to peace, acknowledging the need to work together in ending long-standing conflicts in the state. At the interactive session, which lasted about 3 hours, the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Mohamed Doro, announced that President Tinubu had approved the 2 billion naira relief package for victims of the attack. According to Onuga, the president directed stakeholders led by Governor Kele Mutfang to return home with open minds and prioritize peace building by reviewing past government white papers on security crisis and implement workable recommendations. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has approved the removal of the authority chief executive of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Saidu Mohammed. The president also nominated Rabiu Abdullahi Umar as the new chief executive of the agency, subject to confirmation by the Senate. The announcement was contained in a statement in a State House press release issued by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga. According to the statement, the decision was taken in line with the provisions of the Petroleum Industry Act 2021 and aims at strengthening regulatory effectiveness in the midstream and downstream petroleum sector in line with the Renewed Hope agenda. Umar is a seasoned executive with over 25 years of experience across the energy, manufacturing, and infrastructure sectors. He holds a degree in accounting from Bayero University and is also an alumnus of Harvard Business School. Pending Senate confirmation of the nominee, the most senior official in the agency will oversee the affairs of the authority in an acting capacity. The presidency thanked the outgoing chief executive for his service and wished him success in his future endeavors, while reiterating its commitment to appointing competent leadership in key regulatory institutions. Nigerians in Diaspora Commission NIDCOM has raised fresh concerns over the deteriorating xenophobic violence in South Africa, warning that Nigerian citizens and other black immigrants are facing increasing threats to their safety and livelihoods. NIDCOM urged the South African government to take immediate and visible steps to curb the attacks and protect Nigerians. It expressed disappointment that earlier diplomatic efforts between Nigeria and South Africa has not yielded the expected calm. According to the agency, disturbing reports indicate that Nigerians are increasingly living in fear, with daily activities severely disrupted. The statement further revealed that community leaders had documented new incidents of violence and intimidation within the last 72 hours, signaling a worrying trend. The Commission condemned this stereotyping of Nigerians, stressing that criminality should not be linked to nationality. The agency calls on South African authorities to ensure that individuals involved in crimes are prosecuted without resorting to collective punishment or xenophobic targeting. To address the crisis, NIDCOM outlined key demands, including increased police presence in affected communities, swift prosecution of perpetrators, and the establishment of a joint Nigeria-South Africa Safety Forum involving stakeholders from both countries. The Commission also urged South African authorities to publicly condemn xenophobia and discourage harmful stereotypes, while advising Nigerians in the country to remain law-abiding and avoid high-risk areas. On the foreign scene, the anti-Western and Pan-African activist Kemi Seba will remain in detention after a court postponed his hearing on Wednesday. He is wanted in Benin on charges of inciting rebellion after backing a coup attempt in December. Seba's lawyer has denied the accusations and described them as exaggerated. Seba was arrested earlier this month in South Africa alongside his 18-year-old son, during an undercover police operation. The bail hearing has been postponed to May 11, but Seba has also filed an application for political asylum in South Africa. And that is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
A celebration of life. With gratitude to God for a life well spent, the family of late Chief Anthony Ilerum Egonu of Omuoka, Obele, and Aleruchi Emecheta Ovua of Omeba, all in Obele, Emoha local government area of River State, announces the peaceful departure of her beloved daughter, sister, wife, mother, mother-in-law, grandmother, great-grandmother, late Ezine Evelyn and Egonu JP, aged 74. Burial arrangements, Monday, 4th May 2026, 5:30 p.m. Liturgy of Songs, Vigil Mass at Stella Maris Catholic Church, Elikpokudu. Thursday, 7th May 2026, 5:30 p.m. Liturgy of Songs, Vigil Mass at her husband's compound at Omuwoka, Obele. Friday, 8th May 2026, 7 a.m. Body leaves military mortuary on Aba Road, Port Harcourt. 9 a.m. Lying in state at her husband's residence. 10 a.m. Funeral Mass at St. Michael Catholic Church, Obele. 1 p.m. Interment. May her soul rest in the bosom of the Lord. Amen. Signed, Reverend Father Martin Egonu, for the family.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
All right, still Today 95.1. We have a guest drop by in our studios this morning from Bethel Evidence Assembly. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning.
Kindly introduce yourself and let's begin from there.
My name is Minister Sonny from Bethel Evidence Assembly.
Okay. I see a program, Miracles Are Yours.
Yes.
Can we begin from there?
Yes, it's coming up. Miracles Are Yours is coming up from tomorrow, 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sunday, 9 a.m. to 12. 5 represent the number of mercy, and we always have this program, Miracles Are Yours, in every May.
Okay.
That is why it's on this program.
How long has it been holding?
It's been holding for quite years since the church has been existing.
So in the month of May every year,
they always have this program. Miracles Are Yours.
Okay. So PPP 2026 with Feeding the People, what's...
Yes, PPP Feeding the People is normal. How we normally do it is under prayer producing power. Feeding the people is just to support people with when they are going back home, there's something to always go back with.
So PPP is acronym for...
It's happening at...
No, PPP is an acronym for Prayer...
Producing Power.
Prayer Producing Power.
Yes.
Okay, so it's Prayer Producing Power 2026 with Feeding the People.
Yes, Feeding the People.
So everybody that comes would have...
We have something to go home with.
Okay. So I see a host of ministers here. Can we go through them?
Yes, they are all ordained by our bishop, sons and daughters of the bishop, okay. Jesus Baby One.
And all of them will be ministering?
Yes, all of them will be. Yes.
Okay, can you go by the guests that you're expecting to be there?
All the guests in the flyer, which is Edda Jude, Pastor Nathaniel Ladies, Evangelist Omweke, Pastor Victoria, Minister Dobi, Pastor Edebo, and Pastor Ruth, and Pastor Godhelp, and Pastor Telophilus, and me being the host, Minister Sonny.
Okay.
We'll be there live.
How about Bishop Dr. Uche?
Yes, Dr. Bishop is our mother, our superior mother, and our founder of the Bethel Evidence Assembly.
She would also be there?
She will not be there, but her presence will always be there with us.
Okay. So it's happening tomorrow.
It's happening tomorrow. Yes, number 1 back of SAS Road, former SAS, but now it's Anticotis Rumukboku.
That's the venue.
Yes, that is the venue.
What time, please?
Time is from 2 p.m. in the afternoon to 5 p.m.
Okay. Tomorrow.
Then on Sunday from 9 a.m. to 12 noon.
Are there special highlights?
Special highlights are just for no more special highlight apart from people that is coming to minister, and that is all. But expectation should be come with your expectation, come with your prayer that God of evidence is there to answer you.
Okay, I see that you have other events from your flyer here. Church activities.
Yes, church activities. Every Tuesday is our Holy Ghost power, counseling, and fasting and prayer for the workers of the church. And there's always this maybe one-on-one meeting the pastor over there to see one-on-one for any problem, for any challenges, for anything at all. It's on Tuesday, and every Friday is our normal prayer producing power of our program, and it's always our normal prophetic day and the prayer service. And every Sunday is our celebration service from 9 a.m. to 12 noon.
Okay. I see that you also have music ministers that will be ministering that day.
Yes, we have Emmanuel for Juchitaris and Minister Alfred, the singer.
Okay, so they'll be ministering.
They'll be there live tomorrow.
Okay, so let's go over it again. Bethel Evidence Assembly hosting 2026 May edition.
Yes, 1st of May.
Of Miracles Are Yours. That's the theme for the program.
Yes.
But the actual event is the PPP 2026.
Yes.
With feeding the
people. Yes.
And PPP stands for
Prayer Producing Power.
Prayer Producing Power. That's PPP.
Yes.
And you're inviting
everyone to come, tell somebody to tell somebody. Invite as many as you are, and everybody is we are there to receive everybody. Everybody is invited.
Okay, if people want to, maybe people are confused about the address, they want to ask questions, are there numbers you would like them to call?
Yeah, there is a number to reach us out with, which is 091 68 43 33 94. I repeat, 091 68 43 33 94 or 090 25 78 4878. 090 25 78 4878 is the number to reach.
So all of the ministers that I see here, they're all children, if I can put it that way.
Yes, all
Bishop Dr. Bush Juliet.
Yes, all of them. Everybody there is all children, sons and daughters that was ordained by her.
And all of them will minister.
Yes,
on the 1st of May.
Yes, in one way or the other. Everybody has what to minister.
Okay, so let's go over that lineup again.
The names,
Yes, please.
Elder Jude, Pastor Nathan and Ladies, Evangelist Emeke, Pastor Victoria, Minister Adobe, Pastor Joseph Adebo, Pastor Ruth, Pastor Godhelp, and Minister Theophilus, and Minister Sonny, the host.
And the gospel ministers?
Minister Alfred and Amy Gitaris, and the admin Ugochi Chizoba.
Okay. Again, the venue is?
The venue is number 1 Jesus back of former SAS Anticotis in Rumopoko.
Is that Jesus Baby Road?
Yes, Jesus Baby. That is number 1 Jesus Baby Road. That's SAS Road.
Okay. Former SAS
Office
Road.
Yes,
Rumopoko
Anticotis. Recently called Anticotis right now. It's changed from SAS.
Okay. Your contacts again, in case people have questions to ask on maybe direction.
091 68 43 33 94. 091 68 43 33 94 or 090 25 78 48 78. 090 25 78 48 78.
Okay. Do you have final words on people that may be going through and they are thinking of attending this
the
program?
final word I have to say to many people out there that is hearing my voice, that no matter what you are passing through, no matter the situation, that you should always know that a God of evidence is there to answer all of the expectation. You have miracles, salvation, that which is your heart desire. Believe that in this program, the miracles are yours. We always have a miracle that we are expecting that it shall be granted to you.
Thank you so much, sir, for making the time to be here.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, we'll return to our conversation in a bit. Please stay with us.
Hit the road, fill your drive. Ignite the vibe, stay locked. Today 95.1 FM, radio on the go.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
It was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk.
Weekdays, 2 p.m.
Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Voice of the people.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now, make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, tension. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play on the currents are often missed or underreported.
Here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore.
As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody. Yeah!
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Hello, join us Fridays, 7:30 a.m. on Our Top Picks, and together we'll review the big national stories of the week, all in 30 minutes. It promises so much fun. Our Top Picks, Fridays, 7:30 a.m. Don't miss it.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melody. Here.
All right, let's continue our conversation. Let me introduce Dr. C.J. Chinwo. He's a legal practitioner, law teacher, author, public affairs analyst, and he lives in Nigeria. He's back after that short sabbatical. Good morning, Doctor. Welcome.
Thank you, Kelly. Good morning. Good morning, listeners. Thank you for the opportunity. I miss everybody too.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Let me take your views before we move on to some of the other issues. Supreme Court today to decide on two very important cases affecting opposition politics in Nigeria.
It's really a matter for, do I call it anxiety or high expectation? What would the decision be? But what is important is that the Supreme Court ought to look at Chapter 2 of the Constitution on fundamental objectives and directive principles of state policy. Section 13 says that the court should uphold and observe it. And one of the things it provides is that there should be quality, there should be social justice. And so if it fails in doing that, it would have overlooked its fundamental policy direction. Because, and again, that provision also, that chapter also says that Nigeria is a democracy based on fundamental social justice and freedom. So, in doing whatever decision it takes, is to observe that this decision we take, will it inure to democracy? This decision we take, is it in line with social justice? This decision we take, does it encourage freedom? If it does, then whatever decision it takes is right. But if not, Nigerians will have to complain. And frankly, I won't follow the facts of the case very closely to know on ADC, because I've not really known what, in spite of the different opinions in the media, what the incoming people actually did before they got into the party, what agreements they entered before they got into the party. And without the facts, a lawyer will not be speaking very solidly. And I don't have the facts clearly, but the principles are what I've set out.
But when you have an affidavit from INEC at the Court of First Instance saying the party did everything they ought to have done, and the court lacks jurisdiction to hear this matter, that's INEC's affidavit.
INEC's affidavit.
That the court lacks jurisdiction to hear this matter, because they even reference several Supreme Court rulings to that effect, right? They said so. The lower court has not given ruling on this, but for the fact that the lower court asked the parties involved in that initial ex parte application brought by, is it the defendants now or the plaintiffs? Those that brought the case.
The plaintiffs.
The plaintiffs. Those that brought the case, right? The court said, no, we can't grant you what you're asking for. Go and inform them, let them come and give the reasons.
Yes.
Right? That's what the court said. It was based on that Mark now went to the Court of Appeal. So if INEC in the affidavit at that case is said what they said, it seemed like INEC was pretty certain that, we've been part of this process all along. They carried us all along. We were there, we witnessed it, we confirmed it, and then we acted appropriately. So this matter coming to you now, we don't expect you to entertain it.
For once, we must commend INEC, because INEC had failed to understand their position in litigation, in electoral matters. The Supreme Court had to warn INEC. You are the umpire. Don't take a position that is biased. So for that, in that case, INEC did what it ought to do by saying, my lord, we have been in several cases on these matters, and the courts have said that these matters are internal affairs of parties. That is good. But there is another principle in law that parties cannot confer jurisdiction even by consent on courts. So that is, even if I say, okay, you have jurisdiction on this matter, you still have to look at the law.
To establish it.
It's not enough for you to say that defender said I have jurisdiction. So no. If there's any issue of jurisdiction, whether the court thought about it or the other party raised it, the court must look at the law, and possibly if there's look at the claim of the parties to determine that, there's jurisdiction or not. So in this case, that may be why the other party wasn't sure what the court would decide. So let's rush to the Supreme Court. But it's unfortunate that most people who are litigants now are losing confidence in courts. So that years ago, if Supreme Court said they're going to give a decision, there's almost a predictable stance that this is where it will go because of the decision that has been taken. But since 2007 in the Amechi case, I even myself realized that it's almost a hopeless thing to do. In that case, I was discussing with my elder brother who is a chartered accountant, and I was telling him this is what the decision of the Supreme Court should look like based on precedents. You know what he told me? He calls me the law. He said, the law has no bono. I said, what do you mean? He said, look, this thing can turn any direction. And when that decision came that the man who didn't contest general election should become governor, he called me. Didn't I tell you? So who was a better lawyer than he was than myself? So and since then, too, the Supreme Court hasn't changed that perspective. It's still we have been having a lot of things that make it unpredictable what they will decide. But I pray they decide right this time based on the principles I've outlined.
Well, let's wait and see. I am anxiously waiting for that ruling of the Supreme Court. 2 p.m. seems very far. Of course, 2 p.m. is when the pronouncement, when they'll start the process. So it could take till maybe 4 p.m. It could take till 4 p.m. But we want to know. So we'll know the next line of our conversation. I'm sure myself and Mr. Ndukwe tomorrow would have a banter on the development. When the ruling eventually it will drop, the parties would know their fate. Those that it will be sealed for, those that will return to first court of instance to make their case.
So that is court of first instance.
Okay, court of first instance.
Yeah, that's the order. Yeah.
Okay, that's the order. Okay, court of first instance. So they'll have to return to that court to know, continue the case. They have to go and continue the case. A ruling is given and so on and so forth. All right, let us move on from there. So I asked a question earlier because I do understand. I feel that borrowing is not leprosy. Nigeria will take loans when necessary. President Tinubu said this yesterday when he received stakeholders from Plateau State. But in the official release from the presidency, this was removed. This one and the one where he talked about, just give me a moment, let me call it up. They want to get rid of me, but I'm a stubborn politician. So this one, let me read part of it. You are playing to the hands of agents, including my own enemies, who want to use insecurity to get rid of me. But I'm a very stubborn politician. I just refuse to go, and I will campaign for my second term. President Tinubu said this yesterday. But his media managers removed it. I'd like to ask, what do you think could be the possible reason why they removed it? Professor Iwarime.
Kelly, I told you here that the character of the Nigerian state is such that the political office holders, those that are in government, do not want to leave. They want to remain there. In fact, if there's opportunity for third tenure, which Obasanjo tried and eventually failed, he will have. They will also have been going for the third tenure. So that is the situation. So you see the language. We are taking that language, whether they remove it or not. I've already explained it that is the character of the Nigerian state. Sit-tight syndrome.
Why do you think it's something that the president may have said things that are worse than this? Things that may have suggested that he has interests in the affairs of other political parties, right? He has said things worse than this. So I'm still wondering, why did they remove it? Why delete it from, like, just remove that block? See all this one, chop it off. All this one, chop it off. And when you watch the clips, even not from the presidency now, from like Channels TV, it's removed. So I'm curious, why remove it?
Well, when you type something, even you as an individual, you type something, and then sometimes you go to WhatsApp groups, you see people delete, sometimes we don't know. But the person that deleted it, we are responding based on the content. Okay. And the content is such that is painting a picture of exposing the true nature, because that statement there doesn't seem to demonstrate patriotism, doesn't demonstrate a democrat, language of a democrat, you understand? So they must have had some things maybe that seems to, why should this language come up like this and all that, and then we cannot say the president or whatever, but it seems that it doesn't endear public opinion for me, and they feel that for now let's remove it. But for us who are analyzing, those who have seen it and all that, it doesn't make any difference for me. It doesn't make any difference.
We'll come back to the substance of what he said.
Yes.
Dr. Chionwo.
Yes, sir.
What do you feel could be the reason for they are removing it?
Embarrassment. Managing public officials, political officials in this country, their communication is an awful thing. I've often said it. We have leaders who talk without thinking of the implication of what they say. And when it goes out, my people say when the dancer is so faltering so much, so something like that, the shame will leave him and be catching his relations who are watching. That's what it is for those who manages in communication. Our presidents, how can you say that borrowing is not leprosy? What is it? Bible says you're even a slave. You're a slave to the lender, and you have enslaved the whole nation. This I think Professor Roda was saying when I was from or so. You have all the generations and generations coming. You have enslaved them. Sometimes leprosy may even be better than slavery, because a leper, at least within his territory where he's there, still has his own voice. Slave has no respect, no value anywhere, and so whatever he tries to do is of no consequence unless the master allows it. So sometimes a leper, being a leper may even be a little more consoling. The lepers in the Bible. The lepers in the Bible could approach Jesus and say, please help us. Then about this one, if your master says he can't even go approach for help, he can't go. He has made us, they are making us slaves. That's embarrassing. The next one again,
you are playing to the hands of agents.
My enemy.
Including my own enemies.
Exactly, my own enemies. Like somebody was saying yesterday, I was watching AIT. Look, there are certain statements, there's what you call presidential language. If no matter how desperate you are for election, there are certain statements that shouldn't come from the president or the governor or a leader. Yes, particularly when people come to visit you as that leader. If you are in campaign ground, it can be a different matter. But now people, I came to visit you, not the leader of our party. I came to visit the president of this country in the presidential. Our leaders have not understood that. I was once in a television program, I said, look, the microphone that the governor of Rivers State uses is not his microphone, it is our public microphone. You don't use it the way you think you should use it. So not to talk about, even here, I have some responsibility in how I have access and use this microphone you are giving to me. But it's not as, no matter how, it's not as powerful, as significant as the microphone that they give to the governor or the president to talk. So it's an embarrassment to his information manager. That's why they have to try to edit it.
So this time they were proactive enough.
Yeah, this time they tried. I commended them.
But they are gone out already now.
But that's the danger of words. Yesterday, I think in your radio station, he commented by 5 o'clock. One of your guys here was using it. They are replaying it here. It is at the president. So they kept replaying. I was listening to it, I was laughing. You can't hold it back. You have done the harm. And if you even apologize, but good enough, but doesn't solve the problem. Talk of when you make that statement and it's consistent with the way you have been living. Before they finished one National Assembly finished looking at one loan, you brought another one. So it's like, say, I don't care.
Let me go to a PR expert. Today it looks like he's 45.
He's always looking young.
Yeah, he looks like he's smiling. He likes it. I'll give you one gist. They say one guy has side chicks now. One guy has side chick. Side chick.
What the hell is that?
You see, it's not 45 after all. I'm Professor Free Brown, Managing Consultant, CEO, Great Consulting. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly, my fellow panelists. Good morning to our listeners all over Nigeria.
Okay, so I'm asking opinions now. I'm curious. First, I was thinking, well, when you liken borrowing to leprosy, you sort of were trying to create an environment that is inclusive. So even me just thinking, right? You can't want to ridicule people suffering from leprosy by saying borrowing is not leprosy. That's the first thing that came to my mind. I said, could that be the reason why they removed it? Or could it be that the president just feels like Nigerians have been complaining about this borrowing, so I won't feign ignorance. Maybe I'll just rub it into their face. So no, don't rub it into their face. Don't do that now. So let's edit that part out. Then the second one is, you are playing to the hands of agents, including my own enemies. Now, he was speaking to a cross-section of stakeholders in Plateau State, who, over 30 of them, paid him a visit for a meeting that lasted for over 10 hours. Former governors, some of them would have crossed party lines. Some of them, maybe they just invited everybody to come. Because when he gave a charge to Motfang, he told Motfang, the committee that you set up before, don't use that committee. Set up a more inclusive committee. Look at the white paper and so on and so forth. But if you in that instance was saying, let's see how we can rally around ourselves, unite, so that we can ensure that there is peace in Plateau State. So you are playing to the hands of agents, including my own enemies. What do you think was playing in the minds of the media handlers of the president when they made the decision to take these two statements out of the president's remarks yesterday?
Kelly, one word: incompetence.
On the media handlers?
Yes, the entire media management process around the president and around our governors.
But they did well in removing this now, didn't they?
No. This is after the fact.
Okay.
The statement has been made. You did not protect the president from being exposed to the backlash that will follow if such a statement was made. Now, the job of the media team is not just to disseminate information around whatever the president or the governor says. It is also to anticipate in advance the possible consequences of the president or governor's actions and reactions. You give him a closet to hide that which is unpalatable from the public, and allow him to present himself in the most likable manner, in the most objective manner, in the most acceptable manner to the public he has to address. A second point is that the media management team is confronted by the reality that a president or governor's audience is not the immediate one alone that is before you. It is so many others that are connected but unseen at the venue. For instance, the president was talking to the Plateau State delegation. But beyond the Plateau State delegation is the National Assembly. Beyond that is interested in what he says to them. The chiefs of security across the country are interested in what he says to them. Nigerian citizens in different stakeholder groups are interested in what he says to them. For instance, Donald Trump makes a statement about the Strait of Hormuz. By the way, we want to correct that thing. Hormuz is in Rivers State. Hormuz is a short form of Kalomuso. Strait of Hormuz, which is where it used to be our property. The Persian traders seized it from us. So we expect President Tinubu to begin to act as a major stakeholder on the on the Hormuz Strait, which is being combated by the whole world. It's an Ajo and Niger Delta entitlement. But back to the story. President Donald Trump makes a statement about what he was going to do in the Strait of Hormuz. In his own mind, he was showing American military might. Oh, we are going to go in there. Nobody will survive. We will wipe them out. We will deal with them if they don't do what we said. Immediately, he scares shippers, members of the shipping community, right? Lloyd's. The Lloyd's Register shipping community say, when he's wiping them out, where will our ships be? On that same sea? We ain't going. Bankers in New York, in France, wherever they are, they have investments that run the oil industry. They begin to pull back. So instantly stocks
panic,
start taking a jump and fall Michael Jackson dance. So those kind of things, what you say, it goes on. They forgot
but they removed it.
After the fact, Kelly, already the ship has gone out to pasture.
It didn't look like the president had a script.
Yes.
How do you tell a man what to say? when he enters into certain meetings?
It is called talking point management, sir.
Okay.
In the industry, you must brief your principal in advance before he enters into any meeting. But that is where principals are not like God Almighty.
Lots of themselves.
Yes, who know everything. Do you know that since 1999, it's become difficult to go and advise any Nigerian governor, any local government chairman on what to say or what not to say? I have tried. I used to, in Shell, I used to host local government chairmen, governors, to what we call the Shell Oil and Gas seminars, where we let them know what's happening in the industry worldwide, in Nigeria, and how it affects their operating areas. And I did that across the entire Niger Delta, right? Especially in the east here. Now, when the military was there, it was easy. The military governor says, oh, so this is important. It is how our money comes. We need to know what's going on. So everybody, every commissioner, every local government chairman, you got to be there and pay attention. He comes in. Sometimes the military governor will sit through the program, ask questions, get educated first and foremost, and share in the refreshments, become human for the first time in his schedule.
It could also be because of the host of the event.
Well, it doesn't matter. But the fact is that
but it's a factor, isn't it?
He participates in the workshop.
No, what is comparing it to the even the stage chair?
Yeah. So we move into 1999 when civilians took over, right? I didn't say democracy. I said civilians took over from military governors. And what did we see? Local government chairmen became too important, too busy to sit in the workshops. So they come in, first they demand that you give them overnight accommodation, which they could easily afford to pay for on their own. But you sign them into hotels, they don't stay. They just sign in, they don't attend the conference, they stay in their rooms, do whatever they like, and on the last day, they come and sign out. So we came up with a device that if you are attending a Shell seminar, and that was my team and I, we said to them, sorry, this thing is not exactly a vacation treat. Once you come to our seminar, if you sign up, we'll lock the rooms assigned to you for your own security. So when we finish in the class, that's when the rooms will be open. Once the program starts, we have instructions, the hotels, and I did that across the Shell Eastern operations and to some parts of the Western operation. As for the governors, to get a date to run this program with them, I'm just telling you how difficult it is to find time with them, not to talk of the presidency. Governors became almighty. They knew everything overnight. They became unapproachable, and we saw them grow into that.
So when you have
that
this
situation,
practical experience, you imagine the media handlers to the president.
Oh,
having to brief the president.
They're having what you can call rofo nights, right? Rofo nights, to borrow Fela Nicola Pokuti's expression. So, but the fact that they're having difficult times does not cover them from incompetence. It only shows that the conditions for incompetence have just increased. If you have a principal who trusts your knowledge, who trusts your competence, who trusts the wisdom of your advisory role, he will listen to you often. Even the great Obasanjo, President Obasanjo, would listen.
Okay.
Now, what we are seeing is that increasingly, as impunity is intensified within the system, as the feudal system throws us increasingly into the age of monarchical presidency, where the president sees himself as a sultan, presiding over the affairs of Nigeria, he becomes less and less accessible to the rules of competence. So his media managers, his PRO people are left to mop up the mess. And what we saw in this case is one of such instances.
Okay.
Having betrayed their mandate to show competence, they have no choice but to remove the evidence. They know where the bodies are hidden, and this is another case.
Mr. Ajubabari, I'm looking at, before we get into the substance of it, what do you think may have been the possible reasons why they removed these parts of what the president said?
Well, don't blame me on the way I sound. You see, you can't give what you don't have. That's my most admired Latin maxim in law. Nemo that quod non habet. A man cannot legitimately be expected to give that which he does not have. I've always said it. If there is anybody that will show me otherwise, the person should come up. The president only promised us that he's going to continue from where we already stopped. As far as I'm concerned, I never promised anything that is of democratic decorum. And so he's manifesting himself. Now, they are now seeking to stop by hand a car that failed brake. And unfortunately, that happened on a slope. So he has manifested himself. All what we are seeing is what I may prefer, for lack of better explanation, damage limitation exercise. Because like my elder brother on my right hand side rightly pointed out, you see, people pay attention, whether you like it or not. There are signals that are sent across board, locally and internationally. I think it was Peter Obi who said that it will only be a madman and they would suggest to him, let's go to Afghanistan to do an investment in the light of current realities. And they will put his money and say, okay, let's go. So people are listening to whoever is captaining the ship. People are placing interpretation on it. Kelly, I'm very sorry to say this. Don't accuse me of being pessimistic. As far as I'm concerned, the most important thing about life, as far as being here is concerned, is life. And life don't matter. Our lives don't matter. As we are talking here, it's all practically all around us. It does not matter. So what do you expect? So to me, it's just mere damage limitation exercise. Because those who will place interpretation on this have already captured, and they can tell you, look, there is no hope in sight.
Okay.
We are heading into the deep sea. Hear what the president had just said. And he's saying that with audacious impunity. That's why I have said, and I insist. You see these people playing with our common or collective destiny. If we do not rise up and say enough is enough, in fact, we must be joking. That's why I said, talking about election, like when they call Nigeria a zoo, I have told you here, calling Nigeria a zoo is even an understatement, because in a proper zoo, things are organized.
All right.
What he has said is akin with our status, which I properly describe as being in a jungle. So what do you expect? You will always get that with the person that have been imposed on us is capable of giving. Until we tell enough is enough, it will continue.
Well, I want to believe that what the president wrote out in that particular piece, or what he said, rather, in fact, are not in good light. And so his media managers, because his statement did all it could to accentuate indifference to the people he's leading, have to rush and remove it. You said there will be a look into the substance of that. If not, I would have continued. So let me end there. It showcases that all that he's doing is being indifferent to the people he's leading. And that is why some of them have understood that and they removed it. They'll talk to him later on, because I don't understand how somebody could tell a man when to talk and when not to talk. No matter what.
So you are playing to the hands of agents, including my own enemies, who want to use insecurity to get rid of me. But I'm a very stubborn politician. I just refuse to go, and I will campaign for my second term. This is one.
Well, that's where the journey started having Kelly.
Maybe I should read the second one. Let me just read the second
Okay.
one. Right? So we can just go through it. If we have to borrow, we borrow. Borrowing is not leprosy. We just have to work hard to be able to pay for it. Those are the two things that he said.
You see, Kelly, I don't know why the president, there's been a lot of time the president will come out and say certain things, and then it will rouse people to start questioning. Why is he talking like this? This particular one in focus. If he doesn't know, borrowing is leprosy. When you keep on borrowing, and we are not even seeing what that your borrowings have achieved. And there are no plans for them to achieve anything tomorrow. Is there not leprosy? Leprosy, I think, all in all, is to end life. And then that kind of borrowing, like CJ said, in the book I regard as the biggest for me, the Bible. If there's a way, if you are borrowing, for instance, I come to you. Every time I come to you, I practically have become a slave to you. I've enslaved my life. Because anything, if you raise hand and say, hey, look, stop there, I'll stop. If I don't, I will see with my eyes what my enslavement have meant to me from you. And so maybe the president doesn't know that the souls of the people he's leading, including that of himself, is mortgaged by the incessant borrowing of this nation. Kelly, if you are going every time to borrow, first, you have no secret, because the lender will ask you certain questions. What do you want to? These are things you may not have explained to anybody. You'll explain to the lender. And also explain, perhaps, if you like, call it phantom plans on how to come up with repayment. You have to list out all those things. He knows your secret from A to Z. And he will just keep quiet, watching you. On the weak points you may have in all that you have told him, he will capitalize. Remember, I can't remember the nation I heard that borrowed. Is it from China? Yes. I think it's African nation. One of these small countries. Small in population, I mean. That they borrowed and they couldn't pay back. And they came over and take over everything. Is that not borrowing? Is that not worse than leprosy? See, Kelly, I don't know why the president, but what I'm only saying is that when you also are talking about maybe insecurity, they are using insecurity, those he calls his enemies. As for enmity, yes, every human must certainly have whoever is his enemy, rightly or wrongly. But you see, when you are talking about insecurity, have you also done your own part of the job? If you do your own job, which is facing those enemies that are coming after you and your nation, when you remove them, will they be there? Have you been able to remove them?
Professor Warren.
Well, Kelly, there are two issues there. The first one is on borrowing. I think we have overflogged the issue of the fact that we can't just continue to borrow as a country, as a state. We can't continue to borrow. But in fact, recently, I think it is also this government that made statement that Nigeria has enough and all that they don't expect to, depend much on borrowing. I think there's a statement that has come out previously about the fact that the government is having enough resources and all that, and foreign reserves and all that. But I'm surprised that it is that same government that is coming up again with the issue of borrowing. So it doesn't popularize it as a state. So trying to use the issue of leprosy or whatever to compare the implication of borrowing doesn't make any sense. They are not supposed to go into borrowing. But also as a political scientist, I will also remember that the election time is very close and all that. So there's no way they will not need the money to fund all that. So they may say we are borrowing for this, we are borrowing for that, but history has always shown us that most times when it is coming time closer to time of election, they need money, because election in Nigeria is based on the amount of money you are ready to throw out and all that. So we can relate that to why they need to borrow in all that. So that is it. Then the issue of insecurity, I will look at it on two sides of it. The one side of it is that I also noticed that whenever election is coming, also the insecurity is also very high and all that. So if they are saying that the opposition is like politics is, if opposition find out that what they used to discredit the government in power, the isn't government in power, is for the insecurity to continue, they will also do it. But I am not saying that is the reason, but it is not a statement that we can just wave out.
Okay.
And then the other side of it is that the government itself should also be responsible. Whoever that is funding insecurity is not stronger than the state, both economically and otherwise, in terms of contacts, in terms of intelligence gathering and all that. Okay. So they should, the state itself, Tinubu himself, and the government should stand and protect the citizens. I think it was yesterday we learned that is it in Ekiti or which other state that about 29 persons, and we're hearing this number dying and all that. So the state is not interested. Perhaps the state is not interested because the people that die, are not among the political class. I don't think all this death, we have heard of councillor, we have heard of House of Assembly, we have not heard of the list of the politicians. It's all just a common people whom you say you are representing, and that is why perhaps the state is not interested in doing anything to deal with the issue of insecurity. Trying to say my opponents, the political opponents are doing that to discredit me and make me that I don't come back in 2027 is, for me, is not very useful to us.
All right, Dr. Chiwo.
Yeah. The Bible says, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. And when words have been uttered, you can digest the state of the heart. Those two addresses shows you the state of the heart of our president, and incidentally reflects the state of the heart of most of our political leaders. One, nations that are serious are thinking of how to take their nations, their people, out of the web of debts. A president comes to say, we keep borrowing, it doesn't matter, it's not leprosy, he doesn't care. And this is a president that in 2.5 years or more of his being in office has not done anything to show that there's an effort to take us out of debts. It's sinking us further and further, so he doesn't care, callousness. He come to the security question again. The president seeing a people who have been so exposed to insecurity, so traumatized, Plateau State people. The president, the only thing he will remember is his political life. No statesmanly approach to it. His only thought is the next election. He doesn't even, his opponents now, enemies are not those who are the militant, the criminals who are killing the people. No, those are not his opponents. Those are not his enemies. His enemies are those who are saying, you ought not to go back there because you haven't shown us justify your being there now. But the people that came to you are coming to say, you have the reins of the state, all the security, everything you need to stop this. And please, what will you do? And the people go back disappointed to hear a president who is talking about second time. I will campaign. Whether you like it or not, I'm campaigning.
I'm a stubborn politician.
I'm a stubborn politician. He's not a stubborn president.
I refuse to
I wish
go.
he was. If we had a stubborn president, he would have seen it. That's not their concern. I'm a stubborn politician. I don't know. It's still the same thing we're talking about. These people, I don't know whether we should teach them. If we teach them, whether they will listen. But they have other nations to learn from. Even if to pretend once in a while. I mean, that's an opportunity for a president who went, was it not who went to Plateau State and just as a half 10 minutes. Now, this is an opportunity for him to pretend. you know, you plenty people, I feel for you, I'm concerned, I'm doing everything I can, I've talked with their governor, all lies, they will know, we are all with your governor, but to make sure that your situation is taken. It doesn't, even if it means me not winning a second time, but to offend those who are, to make sure that those who are killing you don't succeed, that may be all lies. But you see, a wiser person could just pretend to that level. I don't carelessness. I don't care. What I'm concerned is me. And that's the pain of the kind of quality of leaders we have. See, it's not only President Tinubu. The only thing that he has accentuated it.
Okay.
I don't forget here, I went to Ikeja Blast. See, I shouldn't be here. Shut up. 1,000 people are crying. Buhari didn't even care that he's going to a wedding when people are dying. But it increases. And we are having youths who are rising up, who want to be political leaders tomorrow. What will they learn? That's a concern.
We have to go for the news, return and continue. Please stay with us.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good morning. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly E. Kemenjima. The federal government has declared Friday, May 1, 2026, a public holiday in observance of this year's International Workers' Day. The announcement was made by the Minister of Interior, Olubumitunji Ojo, on behalf of the government as he extended congratulations to Nigerian workers. In a statement signed by the Permanent Secretary, Magdalene Ajani, the minister commended workers across the country for their dedication and contributions to national development. He emphasized that the efforts of Nigerian workers remain central to the nation's growth and prosperity, urging them to continue upholding the values of patriotism, productivity, and commitment to duty. President Bola Tinubu has appointed Ambassador Bianca Odumegu Ojukwu as Nigeria's Minister of Foreign Affairs following the resignation of Ambassador Yusuf Tuga. In a statement released by the presidential spokesperson Bayo Nanuga, Tuga recently stepped down to participate in the 2027 elections. Ambassador Odumegu Ojukwu previously served as Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In the same vein, the president has nominated Ambassador Shola Enikonlaye as the new Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, subject to Senate confirmation. Until his nomination, the ambassador from Kogi State served as Senior Special Assistant to the President on Foreign Affairs and International Relations. The statement quotes President Tinubu congratulating the appointees and urged them to work diligently in promoting Nigeria's national interests, advance economic diplomacy, foster regional stability, and safeguard the welfare of Nigerians at home and abroad. The People's Redemption Party, has formally welcomed former Labour Party Vice Presidential candidate Hakeem Baba Ahmed into its fold. The party described its entry as a major boost to the party's vision for a reformed and prosperous Nigeria. In a statement signed by its National Publicity Secretary Mohammed Ishaq in Abuja, the party says Baba Ahmed's decision to join the PRP marked a new dawn and reinforces its commitment to national renewal. The party noted that his presence, alongside his supporters across the country, would strengthen its push for integrity in governance, improve security, and economic transformation. On the foreign scene, the U.S. House Appropriations Committee has passed provisions in its annual State Department funding bill that impose stricter oversight and conditions on financial assistance to Nigeria. The measures are contained in the fiscal year 2027 National Security, Department of State and Related Programs Appropriations Bill passed by the committee. The lawmaker cited President Bola Tinubu's administration's alleged failure to adequately address widespread violence against Christians, including attacks by Fulani ethnic militants and jihadist groups. The proposed legislation did not specify any exact funds committed to Nigeria. Instead, it stipulates that 50% of funds earmarked for Nigeria under the foreign assistance titles will be withheld until it is certified that the government was taking effective steps in curbing religious violence. It also demanded that funds must support investigations and prosecutions of violence committed by Fulani militia groups. It further stated that the government must facilitate the safe return of displaced persons. And that's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
Today.
All right, let's continue the program. Let me go to Ajibabari. The president's statement. You're here to say something now. So it's you, then Amal Pusanibo. Then we'll go to the next issue.
Well, Kelly, it's with deep pain in my heart that I have to say that it's unfortunate that we are where we are today in this country, where life don't matter. What matter is fraud to entrench and perpetuate the state capture in which we are in. Of course, you know that the issue of jobs, the governor, I'm very sorry to say, I wish something mysterious happened at the mouth of that tank when he surfaced his head to address just people that he is the governor to. I wouldn't want to say more than that. The president came to the airport and said he has 10 minutes, that people don't even have light at the airport, that he's going back.
Yeah, they don't have facility for night time travel.
Fine. Very good.
There's no light on the runway.
Very good. His own life.
The airport itself may have facility, but they don't have navigation.
Let me tell you.
They don't have facility to support night-time travel.
But who planned the trip?
Let me tell you.
I'm just being specific.
You see this thing we are playing with? You see this issue of life that we are playing with? I keep saying, to no man is like giving him free home. We are all tenants. The president's life is no more important than that child that the mother, conscious of the fact that the child had already died, clung the dead body of the child to herself that went viral. The president's life is no more important than that boy's life. You see this guy that was killed. Look, I thought it was a film trick. This young man that was killed in Delta State. I honestly, in my thinking, full consciousness, I thought it was a film trick. When is it Nuhu?
Yes.
Yes. Cocked the gun. That was the impression I had. And I said, see, Kelly, you may not understand. As a lawyer, I can tell you, when law fails, everybody must get a part of that cake. And it's happening. T.Y. Danjuma. See, there are people when they speak on certain issues, keep your opinion aside, listen to them. Pay attention to what they are saying. It's like when the former deputy governor of Central Bank,
the one
that is late now.
Yes, that I would say they killed at Kokoda Special Hospital. They finally tracked him down there and killed him, and there's evidence to that effect.
Well, that's your legend.
You see, when we have even gotten to the point of medical terrorism, that people, medical doctors are on such political assignment.
I think you may be going too far.
Yes.
I think you may be going too
far. You may be thinking so,
respectfully.
Respectfully.
Respectfully, let's stay on the present subject.
Until it gets to... Because to me, what am I addressing? When my life that I'm talking here now does not matter with the trajectory and the way things is going. Like Dr. Chinwo said, people will naturally expect that he will use this opportunity to clear what happened under that issue of 10 minutes. Who does that? That life does not matter? You came to insult them at the airport and tell them that you have 10 minutes, you have to go. And then here we are trying to give a fanciful outlook that the right on the wrong way was not very okay for the president. So he has right to go back. And people are being killed in scores. I have said this, that there won't be any election in 2027. Why? With the way that the killing is going on, that is evidently backed by the government, it will get to a point that Kelly, nobody can come out to talk about voting.
Right.
Because of the rate at the killing will get to a point that it will sink into our memory because it's a psychological thing. Like that guy that was shot dead, he sent a psychological message. If you meet a policeman on the road with rifle and he beckons and say, "Give me the money," I see it every day because it took a different dimension in Port Harcourt here.
We'll get to talk about
so
the unfortunate
what
situation.
I'm saying is that no matter how we are dancing and downplaying, or we are treating it with some level of cosmetic approach, we are in a very terrible state.
All right.
Because life, which is the most important thing, clearly does not matter to this government. And I'm saying to Nigerians, until we decide, if we think that these dead bodies that are dying don't matter to us, we are treating them like firewood. It is coming to us, and we had better woken up.
All right.
And say to these our ruiners, enough is enough.
I'm up with anymore.
I associate myself with what the entire panel has said so far. But I just want to add a little dimension that seems not to be spotlighted. How our political elite consider themselves more important than the country. Recently, Senate President that insecurity will come down after the election. And President Tinubu is reported to be saying that all of the insecurity, not even some of it, all of the insecurity is part of the attempt to stop him from campaigning and running for his second term. As far as they are concerned, their political future is more important than the present, which is stolen from Nigerian citizens. They want to secure, our political elite are more interested in securing what is of benefit to them, and have little or no regard for what concerns the rest of the public. And that's the mindset they are going into the 2027 countdown with. That makes Nigerian citizens expendable and actually a side issue on the agenda. What does that leave us to do? It means we, the people of Nigeria, need to take care of ourselves. Our political elite cannot take care of us. They have said so. They're interested in campaigning for the second term or third term, whatever term that is before them. They're interested not even in their performance, but in ensuring that they complete terms that are known to them and assessed by them only. They're interested in not listening to us, which is evident every day in the way they respond to issues of daily living that Nigerians are scorched by, as if they are being roasted in fire. Our political elite don't think about that.
Okay.
Going to the UK, President Tinubu spent more time with his coterie of heavyweight political supporters. They spent more time in the UK fanning themselves than they did visiting traumatized Nigerian communities in Plateau State. It's so shameful for the president to say, I have only 10 minutes. Who planned his trip? How do you go on a condolence visit and announce to your host, the one who is suffering these multiple bereavements, that you have only 10 minutes to give him? How do you do that? It's against everything cultural everything traditional and everything we know in terms of emotional intelligence. In fact, it is apolitical. It does not show that our people, our political elite, have even the most basic concern for the people they expect to vote for them. So we will ask, if all of us are subjected to such grave insecurity, who will then vote for them? They must know something about that, why they are continuing with the campaign when they suspect that insecurity is as a result of attempt to stop them. Secondly, the question rings loud and clear. If President Tinubu is endorsing what Senate President Godswill Akpabio said about why we have insecurity in Nigeria, how come that the state has not done anything to arrest those behind it? How come the state has not done anything with all the machinery, as Dr. Chimo pointed out, with all the machinery of state power available to those currently in government, to ensure that through free and fair trial, those who offend are actually held accountable for the constant bleeding of the nation through these community massacres going on across Nigeria? We need to hear from them.
All right. Let's go to... I saw this and I felt a certain way when I saw the headline. I know when Yeson Wike said it didn't seem as egregious, but I still feel a certain way. Let me get the way, I think it was AIT put out that headline. I like the way they put it out. Let me see if I can find it real quick. There you have it. President Tinubu approves Abuja land allocations for 70 ambassador designates. President Tinubu approves Abuja land allocations for 70 ambassador designates. Now, he doesn't want a situation where when they come, they are back in the country and they need to brief him on something, they are staying in a hotel. So, FCT should provide land for all of them.
Their personal land.
Dr. Chimo.
Kelly, these guys have destroyed public integrity and morality. And to discuss what they're doing, I don't know. Increasingly, Tinubu's policies and programs are surely showing that he doesn't care about Nigeria and care about Nigerians. And he doesn't care about the Constitution. An ambassador is appointed from every part of this country. You mustn't reside in Abuja. As a matter of fact, the Constitution provides a federal character. It must have an ambassador to spread from all over the country. Take O.C. Jokocha. It's from the local government, from River State. Does he need a house in Abuja to serve as ambassador to Ireland? When he returns to this country to brief the president, doesn't the Ministry of Foreign Affairs have guest houses? Or he returns to Port Harcourt and they say, you're going to brief the president tomorrow. From the public till, public resources, and some of them, I'm sure for some people, it will even embarrass them that you are so rewarding them. They are wondering, what kind of governance is this? I expect, for the OCG, I expect you'll be able to, you will think that way too. That I don't think this is the way we should go. If you appointed me an ambassador, you're going to give me land in Abuja. Oh, it's pathetic where we're going to. And like I said, when you think that a generation of younger people who will lead this country tomorrow are watching, I feel for my children. Because we can say we have seen, not as much as Emma or Uncle Bobo around here, but we have seen better days. We didn't even know those will ever become better days. But we have seen better days. So it's pathetic what we're going to. How can you say I want allocating land to them? Look, the next thing they build houses for them now. You will have to, since you don't want to say hotel, it means as they are going, I know that these are all the programs and the ways we can advise. He is the FCT, as they also told him that, Mr. President, well, that's what we heard. That's how you had me, that I heard the judiciary. I will hold them for you. These ambassadors will not only be ambassadors, they will also represent you in their places. So let's reform. I will build a house for them. As they say, do I build houses for judges? I'll furnish it. All the judiciary place at your command now. These ambassadors also, for whatever you want them to do, I know how to get at them. But we should come back and think at the constitution they swore to uphold. I don't think that is supportable. I don't, with all respect. And like I said, I had the opportunity of knowing one of the ambassador nominees, or it's already, I think he's been, I don't want to call it.
Designate now.
I don't know, they have given them.
Exactly, that's what I was saying, the word designate.
No, it's not about having apostle cleared and appointed.
Been inducted.
And inducted and given the assignment. If the other country has not said come yet, it's not. Okay. It doesn't still make you an ambassador. I mean, that's why, like I mentioned, OCJ, who I know, is not coming to court anymore. He's already like in public service, and I'm sure, I hope they've been paying them. As long as the man have been appointed, you keep them from any other work. It should be. So, I don't think him that I know wouldn't be the one wishing for you to tell you that he needs a house in Abuja.
Doctor, I was also thinking that if they provide them land, they may give them some kind of.
They will build the house now. They will
give them subvention to build the house.
They will build the houses for them. That's the way.
And they will build it to their taste.
That is the wicked model.
Yes.
The FCT, he will build it not just to his own tastes for them, and so that it's
on a budget that is not accountable to anybody.
And you see, and it's always so irresistible that Kelly, in my state now, it has to take a judge of extra moral strength, especially when he was in office. He was threatening them to be able to give a judgment that doesn't please government house when he was in office. And this, I'm saying, a personal experience. And this gift is so much that it's overwhelming.
Wow. I'm up with about.
Well, we are seeing the moral code of public office in Nigeria subverted openly before our eyes. Of course, if people can subvert the constitution, the associated rules and regulations that flow from the constitution become chicken play for such people. Ordinarily, no generation of ambassadors have had in the history of Nigeria no generation has had this kind of bread and butter treatment where they are offered their lifetime reward even before they are born. What we are seeing here, the only thing that wasn't announced is whether or not their pensions have also been paid in advance. So, and you ask yourself, why would that be? It is because it opens the door to massive accumulation of money. They claim it is for election. Let us even ask ourselves, who do they pay during elections? We've not bothered to know exactly what our governors, National Assembly, and presidential candidates spend money on. Look, the INEC officials are paid according to a budget provided for them. The state security apparatus is paid according to a budget provided for them. Who do these people pay money to? When they come to your unit or ward, they pay 2,000 to those who are there. They pay 5,000 naira. Is that why all the looting is going on? All the borrowing of money in foreign currency to provide a naira, what will you call it? A naira, a naira brigade to, in fact, a naira firewall to ensure that somebody's political agenda is well resourced. You wonder whether really that is, whether it adds up. It doesn't seem to add up. What we are witnessing, that ambassador designates, let's say they're even ambassadors, are being provided housing for in Abuja. It's a statement of massive corrupt practice that ordinarily the Nigerian society, and in fact the office they occupy forbids, and we should be asking questions. What is painful about it is that Nigerians no longer feel aggrieved sufficiently, or let me put it this way, the political elite have realized now that our grievance has reached a point where it no longer translates into resistance and action to change policy direction. We, the people, have to rethink, how do we ensure that our grievance is no longer taken for granted by the political elite?
Okay. Mr. Adubabari.
Yes.
What Ricky said.
I think I wouldn't. I raised a question some time ago that some people even asked me if I've kept money for my wife and children. When I raised the issue of how did Wiki become a life bencher in Nigeria, I didn't read law because I was looking for money. My going into law was anchored on injustice that was done to my father, my late father. And I asked myself, what is justice all about? That was what pushed me into my A level to pursue law. Even though I was a full science student, I did maths, physics, chemistry, biology, art, maths. I wanted to be an engineer. Now, Wike is a life bencher. He's a worthy ambassador of the body of benchers in Nigeria. Honorary doctorate degree holder in political science. Honorary doctorate degree holder in law. I've said it. There was a time I was doing a documentary. I was writing through the eye of the son. The son studied law in London. And I said, if law were working here, most likely the father would be in prison. I know, my senior is here to confirm. When you revoke land, it is always and cardinally for overriding public interest.
Yes.
And no more. My land that have registered survey, government can say, we want to build a specialist hospital here for the people of Obiako. And I may be compensated and the land will be taken away. They can even do that stylishly in the manner that people know that they are just wanting him, but they are coming under that cover. But the way the whole thing is going, we are in a complete state of capture. And the most painful aspect of it is this dimension that lives are being wasted and they don't pay attention to it. People are being killed on daily basis like fowls. People are being killed in droves. In my capacity as a notary public of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, Kelly, I can tell you, Nigerians are running away from this country in droves. They are escaping from their own fatherland. I was listening to Johnson Suriman. He said when he met some Nigerians abroad, even doctors go to drive car, and they tell you, man of God, it's not that I'm happy here, but I feel secured. That I can go out and come back, and that is guaranteed. It's far more. Look at what's happening in the medical sector. The good hands have gone. If I were a medical doctor and I have such opportunity, why not? So, He did it here, like my senior mentioned. I remember the last female chief judge, that's Almakara. She would have lost that car, she would have lost the house, everything would have gone if she just mentioned that there is no independence of the judiciary here. We can read this, but I have decided to study Wiki. You see what has happened to Mang Nusabi that is leaking the ass of Wiki. They are now made him a chairman of a commission there.
Language.
Yeah, okay. With maximum respect. They have now made him a chairman there so that he will now support another Ikwere man. So that nobody in Rivers State, so you don't have Ikwere ethnicity as that.
I know that the messenger here is Wiki, but he said he's acting on the orders of the president. The president called him.
We know it.
No, I'm just because he seemed to be hammering on Wiki.
That's why we're analysts. That's why we're analysts. He is the one. Of course, look.
So if the president instructs him to do something,
we don't need rocket science. With maximum respect,
it follows a pattern.
Do you understand it? The evidence are there. We don't need rocket science. In my place, they say you look for a black goat in daytime. This one, what do you need?
You carry light
and this is how the whole thing is going.
Floodlight.
I'm telling you. Look at all the matters here, all the constitution is being destroyed, the parties are being destroyed, PD, APC that we normally sound here. And it has for real. It's like, are we joking? Okay. When they say people graduate from law school, I ask what law? My senior knows it very well. The distinction between act and law is the principle of stare decisis. That is the critical distinction.
Okay.
That you can say this is how things used to happen. And when you are not capable of any prediction, we are yet to see the harm of all these things that are happening because they will manifest. Because people that are looking up, I see young people coming out, they call themselves progressives, and they said Mike is their role model. People like Abe are their role model, and they are following them. If we do not, as a people, the other day, Pastor Gideon Nyeda from Bodo City was killed by herdsmen in Rivers State here. They can't open their mouth, none of them, because this Islamization agenda is a collective something they are pursuing.
All right, sir.
Finally, I will say to you, it's left for us Nigerians. If we are moving like walking cops, waiting for our turn to come, because the worst thing that will happen, when you see evil happening around you, and you think because it's not happening to you directly, it does not matter.
All right, let me go to
a joke.
Prof.
Kelly, we are talking about the land for the ambassadors this evening. I've always mentioned here that the Plato, Aristotle, these are people that have understood the human nature, look at the society, and they've always said that the purpose of the state is for the good life, and that the government is an administrative machinery for realizing this purpose of the state. The utilitarian scholars said that they talk about the greatest happiness of the greatest number. So the presidency, let's leave, just like you mentioned, let's leave the Federal Capital Territory, but all of them are the same. They are working together. They are giving example. They are example to the state governors, they are example to the local government chairman. The people that you are giving land, is it Ibas? I think Ibas is one of them. Mm-hmm. You are giving him land and you want to build house for him. Look at the cost of housing here. I don't know how much you pay. Look at how people are suffering. Look at how the society is suffering. So the state, the government, are they thinking about the city? Why are they there? Leadership, Nigerian leadership, why are they there? So this a class character of the Nigerian state is what we are going to be looking at. And incidentally, it has become a culture. The political class has made, the person that is going up there now, the councillors and the rest of them, as they are moving on and all that, to them that has become the norm. That has become the worldview of the Nigerian state. So apart from the fact that we're analyzing it here, some people even be worried. These people are working for them now. They are politicians. They are the one that help them do this and all that. Are they not going to... The language and the worldview and the consciousness of the political class is quite different from all these things we are saying here. But what are we going to say? The reality of it is that the government, the states, should begin to think of the reason why they are there. They're going to exercise... They should begin to exercise patriotism. Look at the common man, look at the citizens, look at the people that are there. If the government is to provide the greatest happiness of the greatest number, and then you are concentrating on these few, people that are already, they can buy lands and dash people. They can buy as much land as they want to buy. Then the people that need the land, that need the house, even if it is 1 room, 2 rooms, self-contained, you have not provided, build it. You can even make it low cost. And then allow the people to have a place of habitation. I think we said that the 3 major needs of human beings is the shelter, food, and the clothing. And then the government is not concerned about the common citizen. They are giving to those who already have as much as possible. For me, that decision is very, very unpatriotic and should be resisted. People should speak against it, and then the government should reverse it. Provide those lands for the people that need it.
Well, any year that people that are not in government are expecting anything good from government, it will become a daydream. And that's the reality. You see, when we are surprised that ambassadors are given lands, they could even, tomorrow something more could be given to them. You see, that's a pattern of governance in Nigeria. When I always say the brand of politics played in Nigeria, that's part of it. The perquisites that go to those in office are very huge. But you, if you like, be anybody educationally from A to Z of it, and then you are not in government, you will be there and then you will be looking for a way to get money. That is Nigerian brand of politics and everything. So why would the ambassadors get those lands? Are they not part of our Tinubu government? They are. And you see, can they pick me as an ambassador? No, is the answer now. They will pick those they know. Whoever they pick, there's a link between them and that particular person. And so those people they pick, they eat in the same plate. They will do good, this kind of good themselves are doing to themselves. So for me, I'm not surprised at all. In fact, I am expecting them to give them more things. And that is why during any struggle for any political office, you see that people can do anything. And they'll keep on doing that. And I'm not going, let them be getting.
So lastly, the police authorities have announced, or the IG has announced recommending, or has recommended dismissal for the officers that shot the guy, what we now refer to as public execution, because the police cannot dismiss without ratification from the Police Service Commission. So he has recommended to the Police Service Commission that they be dismissed so that they can be charged for murder, especially Nuhu, the ACP that pulled the trigger on that guy and killed him. In the video that we have all seen publicly, at least if you have seen it. And yesterday we talked about it. In fact, I even said if the police was to go and speak English about investigation and so on, clearly they were telling us that Nigeria was a rogue state. But swiftly they have concluded their own internal investigation, and now they have recommended dismissal. They said the officers remain in their custody until a position is made by the PSC on their dismissal, and then they'll be prosecuted ASAP. I'm asking the question, is it the first good step taken by the police authorities? Let me go to Amaku Sanebo.
This is just a page from the book, but it is not the first page.
Okay.
It's a page from the book of conduct, the playbook to guide Nigeria's police force conduct. But it's not the first page. The first page is their duty to protect life and property of Nigerian citizens. to treat Nigerian citizens with dignity. And so it is an indictment on the entire police force that officers under its command have no constraint whatsoever in the dehumanization of a suspect and then eventual execution, public execution of the suspect. Where were the measures to show that a new management is in charge, a new psychologist in charge of police administration in Nigeria today? Where was it? What is it that shows that the police officers were constrained by the change in the leadership of the police force? Which culture should have, which new emphasis should have informed the culture of policing? You do not wait until the harm has been done. We are out there with this video in the international domain, and they are now telling us that the officers who committed this offense are going through disciplinary procedure. We should have been told, it would have been preferable for us to hear that because of new rules in policing within Nigerian police formations, such thing cannot happen that can be conduced as dehumanization of any Nigerian citizen, any detainee, or any person whatsoever without due process. So what we see first and foremost is an abuse of a Nigerian citizen, that nothing has prevented that from happening under the current police administration. I think the new IGP should put his foot down and re-sanitize the police by rewriting page 1 of the police operational code to emphasize what the Constitution guarantees us: the security of life and property, the dignity of the Nigerian citizen, and the sanctity of human life, which every country has endorsed.
All right.
Secondly, it's good to subject people to disciplinary procedure as a sanction, but as a sanction for what? For abuse and misuse of their position as law enforcement officers. However, as I said, what is more important is to keep the process transparent. By telling us now that they are going to be kept in custody until the trial process,
until the PSC,
until the Police Service Commission okays their
dismissal,
and then they can be subjected to trial,
yes,
prosecution and trial. We do hope that they will not do a willy-willy on us,
okay,
to show that, to report that the policemen, their files are lost in transit. But what happened, the gruesome experience of watching human life being snuffed out with such cruelty and disregard for value and decency was really, in many more societies, it should have been a wake-up call. It didn't take this much for the Americans to rise over George Floyd. Amazing thing is that Nigerians were still sitting and talking about it.
Professor Warame.
Kelly, about the police, first of all, my condolences to the person that lost his life. The issue of the police, we have been emphasizing it here. I think there's a matter that came up. I think that is no more on the news now, where the police, the government gave order that the police should be withdrawn from certain VIPs and all that. I don't see the extent. I delivered the paper sometime around that time. I told them that the history of the police is not to protect the interests of the marginalized class. These people that they are shooting, the state, the class came together, the state came together with the class. And the state apparatus, the state is there. The purpose of the state is to protect the interests of a privileged class. And they do that using the state apparatus. And the police, the army, and the rest of them are part of the state apparatus. So I tell people, when they say police is your friend, police is not your friend. Police is not meant, or the originality why the police came was not to protect the interests of the ordinary citizens. So when they say withdraw them from the VIP, police is created to protect the interest of VIP, which represent the privileged class, the purpose for which the police was protected. So ordinary people, we that are the ordinary people, we should bear in mind that the police is not for us. We should be careful the way we relate with them, the way we do everything and all that. So this matter now, coming to this issue of discipline and all that, perhaps why the matter has come to this point is that there is no part, the state itself, the real elites, the decision makers, perhaps they do not have interest to protect the police officer that performed did this shooting. That is why they even get it to this point. And just like Amopu Senbo has said here now, I hope it's not going to be willy-willy. At the end of the day, if the state is interested to protect these police officers, at the end of the day, they'll play over it. Maybe they start going to one kind of litigation and appeal and all that. You see lawyers also that will come to do what? To also make sure that at the end of the day, because if they kill that boy, by law, it should be what? Lawyers are here. If really they shot that boy, what will be the judgment of the court? The judgment of the court should be for their own life to also go, or highest, that is life imprisonment. So let's watch and see whether the result of it is going to be to also to protect the interest of the state itself, for which the police is created.
Ajubabare.
Nigeria is a theater of absurdities, extraordinary, every day in action. If you think you have seen it all, the next flip will throw you off balance. And it's continuing. Before this week will end, you see another one that will overtake this very one. So that is the kind of theater that we are in. And our winners are taking advantage of it. And the most painful aspect of it is that, in fact, I will tell you plainly, we don't have law here. We're in a state of lawlessness. Yes, I know. If police withdraw, say 24 hours, you will really understand what lawlessness means. But the way it is, right from the time they declare state of emergency here, for Sharia purpose, which I insist, and it is now that so many people are waking up to it, because no other place has merited state of emergency in Nigeria thereafter. And that's what we are seeing, what is leading to all that is playing out now. I tell you, if you don't know the psychological effect of that killing, no driver on the road will be tolerated by a passenger when they are stopped and they need to give money. They will tell you if you are not ready to give that money, they are coming out without paying. And they will, in fact, it's like they will now be acting like prisoners of war. They will just give the money. In Port Harcourt here, after that state of emergency, that's one element that came up. Majority of the people who belong to the security agents turned themselves practically into what I prefer to call government-approved armed robbers. With the gun, you just give them the money. But I know that such money don't profit. But that aside, we're in a failed state. And I'm saying it, and I emphasize.
That is your position.
Yes, that's my position. And I stand by it. The evidence is there. I just hope that it's when it happened to somebody that the person will now realize, oh, this is as bad as this. Even stray bullets can take down somebody. If it gets to that point, a suspect, nothing, you just snub life out of the fellow, and that's just it. So to me, all they are talking there does not really move me in the light of current realities. Perhaps this is coming out because the fellow does not have a particular interest, or you'll be surprised that if they have carried out the boy to go down to where he was saying, I will take people down there, whether something will come out. In most cases, the killing that happened is to cover up certain things that would have come to light. So, for me as a lawyer, I'm also a consultant choreographer, to have now written that you should pray every day that Nigeria should not happen to you. Nigeria as presently constituted should not happen to you. Should tell you that something is practically wrong.
Correct.
And it's as bad as that. As I'm saying it, and I pray, may Nigeria never happen to you.
Okay.
If you say you are keeping quiet, you don't want to talk, it will certainly come to you, because Igbo has a very long hand, long stretched out hand that can grab everybody. It's like smoke. So I don't know what to say. It's sad, but it's left for us Nigerians. The day we say enough is enough, we will stop this nonsense.
Dr. Chinwo.
Yeah, Kelly. My concern is that we have lost our humanity. And we don't seem keen to take steps to restore it. This thing that happened. I haven't watched the video, but I listened to radio commentary on this yesterday, and I sensed that, I have a case that I'm involved in now that happened at a chair. 2 policemen, that's how they just went and brought down a man, shot him down. The matter is in court right now. And then it goes, they say, the Lidun trial, some people try to even exculpate them. It took my clients and petition to IG, back and forth, that persistence before the IG even released them for trial. So this is just like Monkey said, maybe before the week runs out, another one comes out. But you see, one area I thought about, I also come to my mind is, incidentally, this is not happening only in the police force. The news that the police has gone and killed. We have overlooked that humanity in our lives generally, and in public service. Because the difference now is just the opportunity and the position anybody is. The politician is acting the same way. The civil servant is acting the same way. The university lecturer is acting the same way. In essence.
But at least they hide to do it.
No. The only thing is that they don't have the opportunity. If a lecturer without gun, will you shoot a student? You understand me? Yeah. I'm a lecturer, I don't have gun, let's shoot a student. But there's an area I am acting the same way to do it.
Even worse.
Even worse. Some of our people in the clergy are acting the same way to their members. Yep. We have lost it generally. When you hear that people are avoiding Nigerians, it's not just because of what's happening here. The way we just put off certain behavior when we go out, people, you must be a Nigerian. Are you a Nigerian? That question now is becoming embarrassing in international community when they ask you, are you a Nigerian? Or you must be a Nigerian. Even you thought there's nothing that happened. But because of the way Nigerians have. So we need to, if we can redeem our nation, I don't know how we can, no, but I think we must begin to also put down things, teaching and all that. I once told my dean in the university, I said, look, we have employed new lecturers. Please, sir, somebody can, and I said it yesterday to another meeting, somebody can be a first-class graduate, but he can't be a teacher if he's not trained for it. And we made that mistake. He's a lawyer, you can't teach law. That's a problem in this country. He's a strong, able man. Go and be an usher or be a gate man. And the man realized that the reason why he brought it is because he's broad-chested. And that's what he expected to do. But a sane society will say, no, a man like this,
train him first.
Go and Oba Obafemi, go and be a wrestler. You can't be a gate man, you destroy people. And the society provides a platform for him.
So you watch wrestling?
I do. I told you now, man. I'm a mass convert.
Like a guy.
I'm a mass convert.
Like a guy.
My guy. So that's what a sane society does. Oh, this man, this is what you love doing. They try to provide platform for you, because if you release that man to the wider society, it's illegal. And we do nothing to try to bring people to reason within the context of what they have got. So the Nigerian policeman is giving a gun. What he hears every day is those bloody civilians.
Kill them.
Kill them. Don't be sure as he wakes up in the morning, I deputize him. If any of you come back here and I hear that a civilian, bloody civilian, stopped you on the way and you didn't bring him down, you go to the guard room. So when he goes there, what does he do? You, the bloody civilian, not thinking you're assassin right. So as you were talking, I also remember, I said, we are in the time where Jesus Christ taught his listeners. He said, when they tell you to walk 1 mile, walk 2. If they say they want the upper coat, Nigerians, when you see policemen and Nigerians in this, don't do anything. Even if you do the shot, let it be that your own strength that you did nothing wrong. But if they come and say, bring the upper coat, ask them whether they want the inner one too. And I do that when I'm going on the road driving. So sometimes, one day I was going to Kotaromok and then at Tishopo area. Okay, clear. Quietly, I started driving even into the bush. Okay, do I continue? No, okay, don't do, stop. It was deliberate. Because we're going to the point where if you ask him, why did you stop me? He can bring a gun and shoot you.
Okay.
So that's the way we are. Let's bring back our humanity.
Well, Kelly, I think for me, my experience in this nation has made me be skeptical on almost everything government says. Well, but you know that I always say that the ear is very happy and very much in love with any sweet thing to eat. As they made this pronouncement of the discipline they are going to give these people who in cold blood killed that person, even if he were a criminal. They pushed the law of the nation aside and then killed that boy. Well, everybody that hears it will say, okay, let them at least try to render justice to the death of that boy. But Kelly, what I will only say is that it will be nice for me to make comment when eventually it will happen. Because a lot of promises litter this nation that have been made without being fulfilled.
All right, let's take contributions from you at this time. Talked about a number of things, read a number of stories to you. We always like to hear what you have to say. So it's now time to have you speak to us, okay? 0817-000095. That's it. 0810-9510-951. Forgive my mistake. 0810-9510-951. 60 seconds, please. Today 95.1. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, so clearly this is not my mistake. Somebody is not saying anything. Are you there? Good morning. Okay, so what's going on? Give me a moment, let's check. Good morning. Welcome to Silence Rock. This one. Send me a longer one. I didn't see that one. He was a criminal. Thank you. Today 95.1. Good morning. So this is a network thing. It's very noisy where you are. I'm sorry. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, Frank.
Great to get to the studio.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Yeah, President Alex Bola said that nobody can force him out in 2027 because of insecurity. I want to tell our president this morning that I know you are referring to ADC, But what they are talking about, what we are talking about, is insecurity that is disturbing the Nigeria. That they kill pastor and it's not good. And you are talking about 2027. What they are telling you is the same thing that you said to former President Jonathan. Our president, what we need is a safer Nigeria and let the president respond and that is what we want from you, nothing more. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, Frank. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Peter.
Please go on, sir.
Yes. Mr. President, he said the borrowing worse than what?
Leprosy. Borrowing is not leprosy.
Leprosy. Okay. Let me tell him this morning. Why do I ask this? I think the people suffering from leprosy, they are not denied from exercising their civic rights. I hope they are not denied. And they are listening. Come 2027, they will never see their votes. They will never see their votes. If the leprosy, those suffering from leprosy are not important to him, he will never see the votes of those who are suffering from leprosy. Can you see how our leaders talk? Anyhow they like to talk. Continue talking, President Tinubu. Don't worry. Those who borrow you, when they see you, they look at you, say, see this man where they owe me money. Look at them. They make caricature of you. They make jest of you.
All right, Peter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, my Green Well brother Kelly and the Green Well panelists. I greet all of you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
I greet my head that did the tune of Naikumika.
Dearly, you're doing well, my brother.
Yes, sir. Kelly, my use as Africa, my language, because some of my community people that they like me, they use speaking English to us so that they go understand what they talk. So Kelly, you see that boy with them fight for that state, that guy now upper native, and them plan that guy and then just buy that guy like that, which is very bad. It's giving us a bad omen in the international community. Our police, I know that we have the good ones among us, but the bad eggs has infiltrated our police. The bad ones, and
Okay.
the IG chase away those bad ones.
All right, thank you. That's your time.
Yeah.
Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly. Let me talk about the young guy that was murdered by.
What's your name, please?
Mr. Joseph Ayamidele. That guy that incident should be properly investigated. I think there is a conspiracy or silence somewhere. They could have masterminded that the police that they could have give a kind of conspiracy that they are trying to cover up. I think the Nigerian police should not just end up by dismissing that guy. They should go deeply to give us the secret behind why the people murdered him, to prevent or avert what that guy would have unveiled or revealed to the Nigerian people. The right age must be done. Let those guys not be left to the side because they contain a threat to the generality of Nigeria.
All right, Joseph. Today 95.1. Good morning. Good morning. Morning. Hello. Okay. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello, good morning, Kelly.
Welcome.
My name is Helen.
Helen, please go on. I think we lost the call. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello, Kelly, good morning.
Morning, sir.
It's George calling from Arizona. Hello, can you hear me?
George, we hear you. Please go on.
Okay. I want to talk about the statement of Ebola, our president, Bola Tinubu, concerning this spread in the country. Let me tell you. Anybody who is preparing and causing trouble or causing security here and there in order to remove our president, I think that person is wasting time. The election of 2027 is settled, and that is all. There's no way about it. That is how the whole thing goes to be. Go to governor, the state, and other places that we're able to capture. So no amount of insecurity or amount of things that people will do to cause trouble, to cause confusion that will stop President Tinubu to go back the second time. They are just wasting their time. Thank you, Kelly. George from Arizona.
George, thank you. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello, good morning, Kelly.
Morning.
This I want to say that from that last state, all people of the same center. When the president was talking, they were clapping hands, cheering. When their brother died in their village, they don't better, they never do that. And my president was supposed to be in a room in the virtual room. Look at his sandwiches. If, oh God, if for me alone, thank God, nothing for making that office today. All of them would have lived Abuja. that office now, like that's what. I should say embarrass us like that. They were clapping back. Those platoon governors, all of them are, in short, they're shaped to me about this. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. Today 95.1.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly.
Welcome.
Good morning, there. Please, I'm calling from Mama. About the FC minister who is giving a house for the ambassador. So somebody like Okezie does not have a house in Abuja. Malami did not have a house in Abuja.
Malami is not ambassador, Sha.
I thought they was nominated.
No, Malami is former AGF now. He's the one they're dragging in court.
Not Malami, the IT chairman of INEC, former chairman of INEC.
Mahmoud Yakubu.
Somebody like him. So what are they telling us? God who sees knows what to do, not us. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, madam. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Archie on the line. I did my humble panelist from A to Z in that school. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Thank you.
I condemn the king of that young man. I condemn him completely. But you see, let me listen. I'm kind of person. Are you a father? Military, police, navy? Please, for the sake of God, he write it and I arrest rightly. If you do this thing, nature can never come against you. Thank you so much. And I got a thank you.
Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Morning.
Some of us are very ashamed of ourselves when we decided to join the peace in 2015 to address the anomalies by PDP. But now that Mr. President is supposed to be a Democrat and a patriotic citizen, a stubborn politician, using all of this. And the Supreme Court should read the mood of the nation because the major thing is national security. Speaking about the good cover in Abuja and the one acting like that, it's very a lot of anger among Nigerians, especially not big bad at 2027. So they should try to read the 2027 and the Supreme Court should be very careful. They should not do that. They are going on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning. Today 95.1. Good morning. Okay. Hello. Good morning.
Good morning, Maria. Good morning. And it's Mr. Eden calling. Let me talk about our father. Our father then is a stubborn politician. That's a good one. Anybody into the stubborn? A damn good test. And this was man that killed a young man. I think my own judgment for him is for him to be hanged because he's somebody's child. That child it belongs to somebody. And they do to army man in a Bible when they kill one young man and they hang the army man. That is how they want. They need to
Who hanged the army man? When did this happen?
They execute him. They execute him.
No, who hanged him now? Who hanged him? Now court? Okay. Yeah. When? You don't go.
In New York.
Okay. Final call to the 95.1. Good morning.
Mr. Kelly, good morning. And the right guest, good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Kelly, where are we in this country? Where are we in this country called Nigeria that people men don't even fear anymore? It's like they have chopped to the extent that looking at human beings, you look at.
Hello? Baby, so sorry. Network knocked you off. Okay, you'll be a final call today, 95.1. Good morning.
Hello.
Welcome.
Yes, I greet everybody in the house. My name is Opomo. I want to look at this issue of these police people that kill this young man of great age. What is going to be the justice? For when you say justice, in Nigeria, there can never be justice in a situation like this. For instance, they take them to court. If you find them guilty and you sentence them to death, governors will not sign their death warrant. They are there, they live their life, and don't feel like the young man's life is wasted. Is that justice? Does that look like justice by any means? I don't believe in killing people just like that. But people like this they also have to be killed the same way they kill this man. Don't go justice should be meted out to them too, but it is not good. But keeping them for life, it doesn't make sense.
All right.
Let us also look at our laws.
Okay.
Because instead of killing them, let them work and pay the family of the person they killed compensation for their lifetime. They will be
Thank you. Thank you. All right. On next, let me take some reactions. Bumada Ketima puts it this way. Let me remind you that this new IG is not the type to joke with. You may recall when he was in River State, he did his best to curb crime and criminality. IG Disu is the best thing that this government has given to Nigerians. I like what he did. Okay, that's from Buma reaching us on X. Let's go to Facebook and read some contributions there. Give me a moment. Okay. All right. Opinion poll. Amity Prince. Until offenders are being punished in this country, more of this will still happen. What happened to the officer that killed Chima Okunadu in Ikoku? Okay. King G Paradise says dismissal from the police doesn't really mean anything compared to the young man's life and the truth that was about to be revealed. Anything short of his prosecution and execution is worthless because it doesn't just end the life, but a suspected crime syndicate. Mark Dikenuba, no instant execution of the murderers could have been the best first step, and their heads are presented to the family of the guy they killed as proof. Okay. Olowo John, a good step, but should not end in just dismissal. The officers involved must be investigated and prosecuted. Nasir Adala, dismissed isn't enough. Investigate him first. Darlington, oh Darlington, a good move, but Nigeria would fall if we don't take time. This is not an animal kingdom. Effiong Inam, this is where the police force has to be more accountable. Every other officer there should be discharged and prosecuted as all of them aided and abated the crime. Only then would the police force become sanitized. The slogan "Onward Together" needs to be explained to them. Sunday Aswa, yes, it is, but psychotic evaluation should be carried out among the security agencies. Okay, that's opinion post, some of them there. General Post, okay. We see classic. Court bars INEC from recognizing the Congress of the ADC. I want to ask if today's Supreme Court judgment favors ADC. Will this current court judgment affect ADC again? I guess we have to wait. Dr. Mr. Simale from Owerri, every new day brings reports of incidents that shock and terrify. This extrajudicial killing of a promising young man is barbaric and condemnable. Imagine how heartless some people some people meant to protect sent him to an untimely death, aborting his glorious destiny and putting his mother and family members in emotional trauma. Thank you, Doctor, for your contribution there. Let's go to the other channels. Let me read from the traditional SMS channel. This is misplaced priority of President Tinubu administration, allocating plots of land to the newly appointed ambassadors when the people are dying of hunger, insecurity, and so many negative vibes. It's highly regrettable. Kelly from Port Harcourt, that's a contribution. Thank you. I would be the most happiest human on earth if the Supreme Court judgment would just throw Yeson Wike and his group away from the PDP for peace to return to the party that gave us a good life while they were in power at the federal level. Unlike this subsidies gone people. All right, Rashid Lawa from NTA Road in Boba. Thank you. Greetings to the respected authorities in the studio, especially Professor Warime from the Great Department of Political Science. Congratulations, Prof.
Thank you.
Can you hear the demeaning statements from the leaders of our time? Well, I will speak no further on this because it's a normal lifestyle in this current administration. Honorable Malon, thank you so much. We will borrow when the need arises. My inference, therefore, is you would borrow to prosecute your return in office by hook or crook. Again, no one can force me out of office on account of insecurity. I'm a stubborn politician. Mr. President, there's no gainsaying the fact that you're indeed a stubborn politician, but I like to see your political stubbornness match that of many faces of ragtag army expendables who are daring your status as commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Friday Olu, Uniport. Don't understand. Okay, let's move on. This is first public assignment, 50% correct until prosecution and possible jail. Today, judiciary will consolidate either making or marring democracy. Mr. Uju, all eyes on judiciary. Okay. A suspect offering cooperation, a potential witness, a source of information that could have led to a wider investigation, yet he was shot on the spot. No investigation, no interrogation, no due process. A suspect who is already subdued and begging to speak was shot dead on the spot. The police officer that shot this innocent guy is a suspect. All right. Thank God that beat people. Thank you. He said ADC will not have judgment because a bird had just cried in the night, Federal High Court Abuja, and a child about to die in the morning, Supreme Court. Sorry for them. Prosper from Alu. Let's see. Tinubu said insecurity is increasing to force him out of office and that boring is not leprosy. Tinubu not discriminating sufferers of leprosy and same time admitting failure. Tinubu is the most insensitive president Nigeria has ever had. Mr. Law, thank you. Tinubu said insecurity. Mr. Law, you sent this message twice, so let's move on. Mr. Dennis, this is yours. Collect it from them and share to the elites. Abuja lands, God help us. A matter will be decided today at the Apex Court, and a judge entertained a request yesterday on the same subject matter. It's not madness, Mr. Dennis. It may not be the same. It may not be the same, sure. You see how Tinubu is treating Nigerians, telling us he's stubborn ahead of 2027 election. He wants to put fear into citizens. God is watching. Obina from Mandela Estate. That is your contribution. Okay, there are more messages here, so let's go. Okay, so these are for... All right. Please have you seen how insensitive our president and his government are to the plight of the poor and defenseless Nigerians, giving on to his care as the president? When the president is seeing the mass killings, kidnappings, maiming, and torture of innocent Nigerians, trying to stop him from being president come 2027, instead of fighting headlong the insurgency in the country. Aaron Akalawu from Abba. Send that. As an economist, borrowing is only bad when the money is not channeled in production of goods and services that will generate more money for the repayment of the debt. Therefore, when you borrow and the money is not channeled into production, it's like borrowing to get married and ending up not having a child. Oboku Darlington sent that. Thank you. Greetings to your wonderful guests in foreign service, except there's unambiguous acceptance as agreement by the receiving state. A nominee from the sending state remains an ambassador designate. Okay. Dr. Baranka George from our boy sent that. Okay, thank you. A very good morning to you, Kelly, and my respected guests. I would plead with the police authority that not only that the DSP supposed to be ASP, who shot and killed the young man in Delta State has been dismissed, they should also serve us better by letting us know how the matter ends as well. Austin George from Rumomoy, your contribution. So this should be all right. So that's the last one I can take from there. It's already 11:21. WhatsApp channel. Let's race. Okay, these are recent messages, so you know the rules now. I have to apply them. Good morning, Kelly. I just love the caliber of men in your studio today assembled. Their in-depth analysis, grammatical structure, liberal mindset. Okay. All right, this is Papa. Tony Chinonso sent this one. I know that Mr. Nego will say something. Good morning, Kelly and the guest. I'm not surprised that Tinubu made this ugly statement, whether he deleted it or not. Nigerians had already taken note of the words. This president wasn't elected by Nigerians, really. Hence, he's talking the way and manner he did. However, Supreme Court fixed today for judgment on the ADC and PP case in court. It baffles me when our constitution clearly states that political parties' internal crisis, specifically party affairs, are not a matter that court can interfere or rule on. So why should our court entertain a matter exclusively in the hands of political parties? All right, Pastor Sunday from Rumigo, that's your contribution. Thank you. On the verdict of the Supreme Court today, in respect of ADC and PDP leadership tussle, I would like to suggest that the Supreme Court decide these cases on substance, not technicalities, and without fear or favor. John Owagugu, you send a contribution. We say thank you. Now got the ability to read the message from you already, so let's roll that over. We pray that Supreme Court of Nigeria judges haven't received. Okay, so I think we're just beginning to play around with certain words here. Thank you. FCT Minister assigns land for 40 to 70 ambassadors who are playing in this part of the world. I pray we realize quick before it's too late for us, the citizens. Eric, you sent that one. Thank you. Okay. I think we'll have maybe one or two left here. Let's see. Are we done? Let's see. All right, so this one, then voice notes. IG Disu orders dismissal and prosecution of officers. Louis from Rupoku. We've seen this movie before, and hopefully this will be a different case. Nothing less than public trial and execution will do. The rogue policeman publicly executed the suspect, so he deserves same punishment. His colleagues must be held accountable too. I hope they receive life sentences with hard labor and no possibility of parole. All right. Even if they get a life sentence, will the governor sign it? When they do it and they take it to governors, the governors will not sign it. Not be so. So they may just end up in prison if he goes that far. Not be so. Okay. Voice notes. First one would be gifts. I read the message from. Okay.
Good morning, Ken, and all the guests in the city. I'll make him Joseph by name. Mr. President is telling me this morning that he will keep borrowing. There is no problem. I've already given him the go ahead. He should continue to borrow. You are borrowing money that you are not investing it in anything that will be able to generate the money back. You are just borrowing. He came into power to borrow. He should go ahead and borrow. Borrowing is not leprosy. He should go ahead and borrow. And at the same time, he has abused the people facing that illness. There is no problem. Look at what Mr. President will be saying. Another one, he's saying that they are using insecurity to fight his government. Please, I want to ask, this insecurity in this country, which people that brought this insecurity during the time of good luck? Allegedly, it's not of the people that brought this insecurity to this country, that brought Boko Haram or whatever they call them by their name, that is terrorizing the country today. We should fold his hand and fight against it.
Good morning, Mr. Good morning, everybody. My name is Mr. Again, I've been asking myself this question, and my kind of person, if I ask certain questions and no answer, I will just be quiet and watch out, because I know that one day the answer will come to me. I won't even be looking for it. And today the answer is here. I've been asking myself all this money these people have been borrowing, what are they using the money for? Because I don't see anything tangible that these people are spending the money on. They say, what kind of road? So we don't have money in our cover that can repair that road and the new ones. We don't have it. Now they are borrowing money for campaign. No matter what it takes, you continue your campaign, even if you need borrowing money. So you now borrow money on behalf of the country to fund your campaign. No problem. Let them continue. There's no place.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly, and good morning, the guests in the studio. My name is Mazi Steven. A president who tells the citizen that this is his turn to be the president. What else do you expect him to say to the value of the statement to compare to the damage of the government that itself is running? I think Nigeria is running a rat-based government. The kind of system of government Nigeria is practicing, I don't know, I don't think that it's being found in any governmental textbook. because we think we practice democracy. Why we limit the voice and the patience of the people, and we claim the people are to be protected in democracy. Why the government use their policies and their wicked governmental pattern to justify the people, of which just election that the people are value to the government. It does not make sense that we have this kind of people as a leader. Leaders who does not even value the
All right. Thank you. Thank you to everyone for being part of the conversation. We're out of time completely and we have to go. Let me say thank you to Professor Wareme B. Uranta, Lecturer Department of Political Science, Ignacio Shadri University of Education, Teenage Management and Social Research Consultant. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, listeners. I want to say that
I'm
Nigerians
terribly pressed for time.
less privileged.
Marky Tan Matibabari Esquire, solicitor and advocate, as well as Notary Public of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, social political analyst and mentorship coach. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Our destiny is in our hands.
Dr. C.H. Chinwo, legal practitioner, author, law teacher, public affairs analyst in Nigeria. Doctor, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Marcus Bob Free Brown, managing consultant, CEO, Green Consulting. Thank you, sir.
My pleasure.
And Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Kelly, and thank you, Nigeria.
That's our show. Good morning.
What God? Are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Anything you wish me, that be a passion. Bad mind not the walk, man no be God. Make them the talker, I see they fly like a helicopter. Now the grace of God and inshallah we they move. Question, they no get the answer. 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 Bassa, libido, yeah, go sing a sella when you move. See green light when I look at you. Last time I take it with you. Now my cassava we do the look. When I say I not see what you do. So then we go get it by like Silesu. Cause the one you console. Anything you wish me, that be a passion. Man no be God, make them they talk. I swear they fly like a helicopter. Nobody raise up and inshallah we they move. Question, but they no get the answer. 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 Answer. Just the record. Just the record. If they like the job of the tomato, then look at you.
Talk Radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Get ready to turn up the volume and dive into the heartbeat of entertainment. From the hottest celebrity gist to trending music, movie buzz, viral moments, and behind-the-scenes drama. This is where the fun never stops. Tune in to Entertainment Today, only on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, your station for pure entertainment. Weekdays, 11:30 a.m. Entertainment Today, where your favorite stars and stories come alive. Yes,
It's entertainment today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. April 30, 2026. It's Thursday, 11:33. I am Queen Chima.
I am Anastasia Benjamin.
You don't know what I'm doing in my head. Tomorrow is the first day in May, right? So I was saying 30 days have September, April, June.
Active Playhouse, Jay's Signature Hotel, Garden City Hotel, Renew Empire, and Teller Africa. Media partner, Today FM.
Well, entertainment today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Earlier, we were talking about Olakunle Churchill, that is Tonto Dike's ex-husband. They were married in 2015 and divorced 2 years after that in 2017 amid a highly publicized and messy split involving allegations of domestic abuse and infidelity. The former couple, who share a son named King Andre, recently reconciled to successfully co-parent after nearly a decade of bitter conflict. And now remember that when Olakunle separated from Tonto Dike, he got now he's saying they were not married. I mean, we thought he got married to Rosie. And I was looking at Rosie's pictures closely, and I thought that she kind of looks like Tonto, or has a lot of similarities with Tonto. The tattoos on her arm, and there's something people say about people finding their exes in other people. And that came to mind. Now they separate, and now he put out Olakunle Church. He put out something on his Instagram story saying, "Oh, I would not sacrifice my family for anyone."
See,
and
I
all.
still
It's
feel like he likes Tonto like real hard. That is what I feel like. So that lady just got so entangled in the wrong thing, and right now she's paying for it. But it shouldn't be that way, anyways. It shouldn't be.
Well, let's see what's happening on the foreign scene. A U.S. singer David has been accused of purchasing tools online, including chainsaws, after prosecutors say he stabbed a teen girl to death. The allegations were released in an evidence filing, which details his alleged motive and steps prosecutors say he took to cover his tracks before 14-year-old Celeste Rivers Hernandez's dismembered body was found in his car. Prosecutors say he met Rivers Hernandez when she was 11 and allege he started sexually abusing her when she was 13 and he was 18. They allege the teen sent text messages threatening to reveal their illicit relationship and destroy his life before she was killed. David, whose legal name is David Anthony Book, has pleaded not guilty. Attorneys for David have maintained they will vigorously defend David's innocence and said they believe the evidence will show that David did not kill Celeste. He appeared in court on Wednesday as attorneys and prosecutors argued over the public release of the filing. He wore an orange Los Angeles County Jail's jumpsuit and was shackled while being escorted into the courtroom. He said very little aside from "yes, Your Honor," when the judge asked if he was okay with his preliminary hearing being delayed until late May. In the court filings on Wednesday, prosecutors alleged that Buck stabbed the teen multiple times at his home. The filing states prosecutors tracked purchases he made online using a fake name in the days after, including 2 chainsaws, an inflatable blue pool, a body bag, and a shovel. They allege he also purchased a bond card and made plans to incinerate evidence, the filing states. The filing outlines previous interactions authorities had with the singer, including after the teen was reported missing in 2024 by her family. Prosecutors say that text messages outline a lengthy argument on the 22nd of April 2025 over the singer's relationship with other women. Rivers Hernandez texted threats to disclose damaging information about her relationship with defendants to end his career at the filing state. But David's first studio album was released that week on the 25th of April. Well, I hear that it's so difficult to leave abusive relationships.
Your teenagers, they were teenagers when it started.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm always like, teenage relationship is one of those hardest, like it's one of the hardest relationship you can ever be, because you don't actually know at that stage in your life, you don't even know what's right and what's wrong. So everything is just so heavy. You're feeling it with so much intensity. But he should know better because he's even 18. He was 18 at the time and she was 11.
11.
So it's the dynamics were already so much. It's looking like he knows what he was doing. But even though I won't come and say 18-year-old, they are all adults or something. But I still believe at 18, you should have some level of, exposure to know that dating someone who is 11 years.
Would you even call that dating? That's what they call it. It's weird. Would you call it dating? It's a crazy situation. And you know how with his celebrity status, I mean, being in the limelight and singing, and then having that hidden sexual relationship and that kind of abusive relationship with a girl, sometimes it's difficult for young adults to control the public life and then their intimate life, because the public life is doing so much exposure, like you mentioned, exposure, so much exposure to them, and it's such a difficult situation.
And that's why parents should actually help. Yeah, this way they come in to help these kids, make the right decision, take better decision, and all of those.
A 21-year-old man went on trial in Austria on Tuesday over a plot to attack a Taylor Swift concert, which led to shows by the US megastar in the Alpen nation being scrapped in 2024. 3 dates in Swift's record-breaking era store were cancelled in the summer of 2024 after authorities warned of the plot. Baran A., who was led into the courtroom by masked police personnel, has been in detention since his arrest in August 2024 and is facing terror offences and other charges. The Austrian is accused of having been a member of a terror organization from May 2023 by planning and preparing a terrorist attack on the concert of singer Taylor Swift, prosecutors have said. By sharing Islamic State's IS propaganda through various messaging services and other offences, he participated and openly aligned himself with IS, they added. Planning the attack on the concert, he allegedly tried to get weapons and worked on making a shrapnel bomb specific to IS attacks and received instructions from other IS members on handling explosives, according to prosecutors. Well, in Nigeria, where popular comedian and social commentator Francis Agoda, widely known as Agodai, has called for urgent reforms in Nigeria's policing system, urging the Inspector General of Police Tunji Disu to prioritize justice, transparency, and public trust. In an open letter addressed to the police chief, the entertainer expressed deep concern over the recent killing of a young boy in Warri and what he described as a pattern of police brutality across the country. He warned that such incidents continue to erode public confidence in the Nigerian police force and widen the gap between citizens and law enforcement. Agodai noted that many Nigerians now approach interactions with police officers with fear and frustration, alleging that instead of protection, citizens often encounter harassment and intimidation. According to him, the situation has created widespread anger and distrust among the populace. Referencing the lingering impact of the NSARS protest, he said the demonstrations highlighted the urgent need for comprehensive reforms and accountability within the force. He stressed that officers found guilty of unlawful killings or abuse must face not only internal disciplinary measures but also criminal prosecution. The comedian further cautioned that failure to address these concerns transparently could trigger renewed public unrest, emphasizing that the current moment presents a critical test of leadership for the police hierarchy. Some people are saying spot on. I mean, Agodai's statement. I watched the video of the young man that was shot by a police officer. Gruesome. I tears just dropped down my
that's why I don't believe this whole thing, police is your friend thing. Like, till today, I still have this fear whenever I see policemen. I'm like, really? I'm not, like, really confident, approaching them, talking to them, because there's still that fear, innate fear in me. It's like, these people, they are not just, So telling these people to build this public trust is going to take a long, like, a whole lot of things. Has to happen.
I mean, IGP after IGPs, it's always public trust. The last IGP, the same thing, Alberto Kun. Now, this is a call on Disu. I mean, he even said that too. And I wonder it's like a long walk to freedom, how long it took the police, Nigerian police, to get that public trust. I'm really wondering. A lot of people are on the matter. I mean, having celebrities like Agodai come up to talk about it, clearly stating his words and his concern. I like the trajectory that he put out his argument, right? You just have to try your best. There are good police officers. There are good ones. I've met a number of them. A few days ago, we're driving home with Today FM's vehicle. We met some of them. And they were really nice to us, right? Even before we told them that we're from the media. But there are others who, I mean, it's just a
public perception,
situation.
like, these people are just not your friend. That's the first thing that comes to your mind.
Yes, and the word police is your friend. Maybe that cliche should be changed to something else.
You don't think they're your friend?
I mean, not a lot of people think that their police are their friends, right? Maybe it should be changed to something else more realistic and hopeful. Maybe, I think so. Police is your friend. Maybe they should change that to we are going to do better or something. We're trying our
Or maybe
best.
that's the irony. They say it so that we fear them.
What are your thoughts about what Agodai says? He urges police reform, calls for accountability in open letter to IGP. Or you can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339 962. That's the number you can send a text or WhatsApp message to. Now remember, you can drop a comment on Facebook. It's Today95.1fm or on X at Today FM 951. Well, celebrity barman and socialite Pascal Okechukwu, popularly known as Cubana Chief Priest, has declared his intentions to contest for a seat in the House of Representatives ahead of the 2027 general elections. Okechukwu announced in the video posted on his Instagram page, where he said he is seeking to represent Olu East Federal Constituency in Imo State. Accompanying the video, he wrote, "Stopped by at our great party state secretary to congratulate and encourage our state working committee on their emergence, and above all, I made known to them my humble aspirations to represent my people, the good people of Olo and Oro East Federal Constituency at the Federal House of Representatives." In the video, Okechukwu said he visited the All Progressive Congress State Secretariat to appreciate party leaders and formally notify them of his political ambition.
This is what I was thinking when the whole City Boy movement started. This was where he was headed to. So I'm not really surprised. Like, he's saying this at this time. But do I think that he's going to do well? Like, he's going to be a great person? I mean, on that position or what? I don't know. I just think it's one of those people who's still gonna do their stuff,
Yeah, I was reading tweets on X. Is it tweets on X now? Yeah, that's it. Tweets on X, and a number of people are saying that politics is much more than being
A businessman.
right? Being successful at business. It takes much more. Although I was questioning that, a lot of people were also questioning, but it's just a number of opinion. But a lot of people do not think that being a great businessman translates to being a great politician. And that's their concern about this.
I mean, judging with the Nigerian politics, don't you think that the same approach, since it's a business, everybody's trying to make money, maybe he's going to apply the same principle?
So do you think that celebrities should begin to vibe? We've seen a number of celebrities, switch to politics, the likes of Desmond Elliott, Kenneth Okonkwo, even Funke Akindele.
I mean, if it's not profitable, I don't think they would want to keep doing it.
You think it's about profit?
It's about what then?
Service. Service.
So, who are the service?
Influence, service.
I don't think so. It's if it's profitable, that's why these people are going into it.
Profit. All right. Now, send a text message, right, to 0701 9339 962. Tell us what you think about what Igo Dai says. He says, reform. He's telling the IGP, Tinju Disu, that there has to be a lot of reform in the police, in the Nigerian police, and ensuring that, particularly ensuring that Nigerians can trust the police again. Do you see that happening? Considering what happened in Warri, I mean, I saw a video, Nigerians, very creative people, the young man's voice where he was pleading for help, mixed into a song, and you could hear his voice when he was crying, "Officer, I beg now, officer, please." And that was too traumatizing to listen to. Let's get your text message. Maybe we get your text message. The first 6 people to send us a text message, you get not just any ticket, but a ticket to attend Jokes and Theatre with Angel the Laugh. It's on 1st of May, Workers' Day, Friday, May 1st, 2026, 5 p.m. at the Oak Event Center. And then you get a ticket from Today95.1 FM. I have beautiful tickets for you here. You can go with your partner. Wait. If you tell your partner to send a text message and you send a text message, you get. Then if you go on Facebook and drop a comment to, right, Today95.1 FM, telling me what you think about what Igo Dai says or said, you also get a ticket. You come to the premises and pick up a ticket and just unwind Workers' Day. You're still listening to Entertainment Today on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. We'll come back shortly. Someone says that his life would have been better. I mean, his life became boring after he stopped seeing a lot of women. We'll talk about that. Stay with us.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Entertainment today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Now, comedian I Go Die has called for urgent reforms in Nigeria's policing system, urging the Inspector General of Police, Tunji Disu, to prioritize justice, transparency, and public trust. There's a comment on Facebook. Someone says he's right. Believe innocent child says he's right, but my question is it when until it hits us directly before we can speak out? He's saying all these because the victim is an up-and-coming artist. Now you will see all the celebrities speaking in one voice, but when it comes to politics, you will see them chasing money instead of national destiny. But though he's right, and I support him on this, Amity Princess, all of them celebrities that have massive followers should use their platform to kick against evil in this country. The celebrities have been keeping quiet because of small change in their account. Kevin says he did well. We'll take some messages.
Okay, somebody said, what Agodai said is the right word. Kudos to him for the police. For me, police can never be a friend from their character. I believe that. Mm-hmm. And another person said, Cubana Chief Priest is only trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But unfortunately, there's no matching seat of his size for him there. Okay, going on. Said, good morning, Miss Queen Chima. Nigerian police don't just need a reform, but total reform, because there are a lot of bad eggs in the system that needs to be moved completely from innocence. And then on WhatsApp, we have what Agodai said is the right word. I think I've read this, came on again. And some other person said, good morning, beautiful presenters. Both Nigerian politicians, INEC, judiciary, and police, Nigerians have totally lost confidence and trust in them, from Dr. Prince Nelson.
All right. Any other?
Yes, good morning, beautiful ladies. I'm Gift Joseph. How can I be friends with somebody I can't even stand with to talk? God forbid for me to be friends with police. I mean, I'm so scared of them.
Oh, okay. Well, I think up to 6 or so, 6 messages, yes. You get your ticket. So you come to Today 95.1 FM and pick up your ticket. Just go and relax a little. I know you're not very much excited with those responses, but just go relax. 1st of May, Jokes and Theatre with Angel the Laugh. Now, away from that, Senegalese American singer Akon has said his life was easier when he had multiple women around him. The 53-year-old record producer discussed his past relationship during an appearance on The Shade Room. He said his earlier romantic lifestyle was marked by ease and excitement. And I say here, plenty women, soft life kind of
course,
situation.
when they don't want to do the work, they'll say they want polygamy. Like, that's
an excuse for what?
They said he wants to be polygamous, like he thinks he's polygamous at this point in
and
his
he
life.
says his life was much easier when he had a lot of
so
women.
They don't want to do the work. You know, with many women, you can easily not do so much because, there's always a replacement. Some other person, if this one is not doing, the next person is willing. Just like Churchill said, if Rosie didn't do it, another person would have done it. So they already conditioned their mind, like there's this abundance of women out there who are willing to die for them. So that mindset keeps them going.
Nollywood actor Saga Adiolu has opened up about the realities of filming intimate scenes, revealing that many actors do not actually enjoy kissing on sets despite popular belief. Okay, we didn't think
because
about
of the camera.
this.
Like, why would I be kissing when there's camera? Like,
But I think there are a lot of things actors do that you don't enjoy, and that's why you're an actor.
That's their work.
Yes, so you just put up you play, you role play, you do the thing because that's what you're paid to do. This is from an old interview. I've watched the interview. I think this was from last year, but it surfaced again. Ozaruku had an interview with Chude, and he said his father doesn't know that he's an actor. His father does not know that he's an actor.
He doesn't want to believe.
And I'm still wondering how possible that can be.
I mean, acting is not a career like you would just come and tell someone, like, oh, wow, really? You're an actor? Like, nah. Some people don't just believe that's like actually what you're doing. They need something else. Okay, you're acting, so what else are you doing? No, it's not like an absolute career someone just wants to think about and be like, this is what this person is doing for life.
He said although his father has heard about his success in Nollywood, he chooses not to believe
That's what I'm saying. Chooses not to believe because it can't just be acting. just can't be acting.
He has to be something else. Right. So I thought people were really moving away from the stereotypes as to career choice.
And I don't even think acting should be that absolute career. Like,
why?
Not in Nigeria. Like, there should be something else. You know, you see the way some of our actresses are going to other things. Like, that's how it should be. Like, balance it.
Yeah. Not just I'm an actor and that's it.
I mean,
in Nigeria, but in Hollywood, you could say I'm an actor.
Because, I mean,
there's a lot that goes with that. Well, thank you so much for staying with us on Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Now, remember, those of you who sent the text messages come to the premises of Today 95.1 FM. Today is Thursday. Yes, from today till 12 noon tomorrow, right? So you have enough time to prepare for the event. It starts at 5 p.m. So you pick up your tickets as you come to the gates. You pick up your tickets, come into the compound, rather. The receptionist will attend to you, and you can go have fun tomorrow. That's it. I am Queen Chima.
I am Anastasia Benjamin.
The world news coming up shortly.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. This is the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I'm Queen Chima. The headlines. Vice President Kashim Shettima urges leaders, aspirants and supporters of APC to desist from destructive politics. Federal government declares May 1st public holiday to mark Workers' Day. Federal High Court sitting in Port Harcourt adjourns proceedings in alleged advance fee fraud case involving MBA Forex and other defendants to June 3, 2026. On the foreign scene, over $25 billion loss recorded so far in United States war in Iran. Now the detail. The Vice President of Nigeria, Kashim Shettima, has urged leaders, aspirants and supporters of the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, to desist from destructive politics. Shettima made the call in a statement where he called on all and sundry to exercise restraint and maintain party unity as political consultations for the 2027 general elections begin. The Vice President, in a statement titled 2027, Don't Pull Down the Roof, likened the APC to a family that must not destroy its own house over internal ambitions. According to him, the political season comes with familiar fever of democracy, stressing that consultations have begun across wards, local government, party offices and private homes. The federal government has declared Friday, May 1, 2026 a public holiday in observance of this year's International Workers' Day. The announcement was made by the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, on behalf of the government as he extended congratulations to Nigerian workers. In a statement signed by the Permanent Secretary, Magdalene Ajani, the minister commended workers across the country for their dedication and contributions to national development. He emphasized that the efforts of Nigerian workers remain central to the nation's growth and prosperity, urging them to continue upholding the values of patriotism, productivity, and commitment to duty. Tunji-Ojo also reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to improving workers' welfare and security, as well as fostering an enabling environment for economic growth. President Bola Tinubu has appointed Ambassador Bianco Dumegu Ojukwu as Nigeria's Minister of Foreign Affairs, following the resignation of Ambassador Yusuf Tugar. In a statement released by the presidential spokesperson Bayo Nanuga, Tugar recently stepped down to participate in the 2027 elections. Ambassador Odumegu Ojukwu previously served as Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In the same vein, the president has nominated Ambassador Shola Anikanolaye as the new Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, subject to Senate confirmation. Until his nomination, Ambassador Enika Nolaye from Kogi State served as Senior Special Assistant to the President on Foreign Affairs and International Relations. The statement quoted President Tinubu congratulating the appointees and urged them to work diligently to promote Nigeria's national interest, advance economic diplomacy, foster regional stability, and safeguard the welfare of Nigerians at home and abroad. Troops under Sector 1 of Operation Fansin Yama have repelled a suspected terrorist attack in Chikung local government area of Kaduna State. The development was contained in a post shared on X on Thursday by security analyst Zagazola Makama. According to the post, the incident happened on April 29 in Jarawa village when suspected terrorists attacked civilians in the area. Security sources said troops stationed at the forward operating base in Sambumburni quickly responded after receiving a distress call about the attack. The troops were said to have moved swiftly to the scene, forcing the attackers to flee on sighting the advancing soldiers. One civilian was later found with gunshot injuries and was immediately given attention. According to Makama, the area has since been secured by troops, while efforts are ongoing to track down the fleeing suspects and prevent further attacks in the community. The Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu, has approved the dismissal and prosecution of Assistant Superintendent of Police, ASP Nuhu Usman, over the killing of a suspect in Efru, Delta State. The action follows the outcome of a review by the Force Disciplinary Committee, FDC, which examined the incident alongside other internal disciplinary procedures. Addressing an emergency press conference in Abuja, the IGP said the officer involved, along with members of his team, have been recommended for dismissal from the Nigeria Police Force. The police panel found that the officer acted in gross violation of Force Order 237 and other extant regulations governing the use of firearms. The disciplinary committee recommended the immediate dismissal of ASP Usman as well as other officers found culpable in the incident. The IGP has approved the recommendations and forwarded them to the Police Service Commission for ratification in line with due process. The IGP reiterated in the strongest terms that the Nigeria Police Force maintains a zero-tolerance stance on extrajudicial actions and abuse of power. The IGP extended his deepest and most solemn condolences to the family of the deceased, Mene Ugidi, acknowledging the pain and loss suffered and assured the family that a tragic incident would not be treated lightly. He added that the force is fully committed to ensuring that justice is not only served but seen to be served in a manner that reinforces public confidence and institutional accountability. The Supreme Court of Nigeria will today, Thursday, 30th April 2026, deliver judgments in two high-stakes political appeals involving the leadership crisis rocking the African Democratic Congress and the People's Democratic Party. Information on the official website of the Apex Court showed that the matters listed under political appeals have been added to the cause list for Thursday, April 30, 2026. Further checks show that judgment in the ADC matter marked SC CV 180-2026 has been fixed for 2 p.m. Our correspondent, however, could not confirm the time for the PDP case. The scheduled rulings come amid mounting political tension and legal maneuvers over control of party structures ahead of the 2027 general elections. Well, back here in River State, a federal high court sitting in Port Harcourt has adjourned proceedings in the alleged advance fee fraud case involving MBA Trading and Capital Investment Limited, known as MBA Forex, its representatives and other defendants to June 3, 2026. The defendants, including Precious Williams, Glosolalia Nigeria Limited, Doxates Oil and Gas, and others are facing charges bordering on conspiracy, obtaining by false pretense, and other fraud-related offences under relevant provisions of the Advance Fee Fraud and Other Fraud-Related Offences Act 2016. Today, FM Suchendio Jo reports that at the resumed hearing, the first defendant, who also represents the second to fourth defendants, was absent in court. Prosecuting counsel Elijah Bakam urged the court to proceed with the case, noting that a prosecution witness had travelled from Lagos to testify. However, defense counsel Tochukwu Maduka, a senior advocate of Nigeria, informed the court that his client was absent due to bereavement. He explained that upon being notified, he promptly informed the prosecution and sought an adjournment to enable his client complete burial arrangements. Maduka further told the court that despite the communication, the prosecution insisted on proceeding with the matter, and he therefore filed an application requesting a new date. In response, the prosecution argued that the absence of the first defendant should not stall proceedings as the defense was adequately represented in court. Bakam noted that the prosecution had made 6 previous court appearances and requested that the court award 500,000 naira as cost for the witness who travelled from Lagos. The trial judge, Justice S.I. Mark, granted the adjournment to June 3, 2026 to allow the first defendants to conclude burial arrangements, but however declined to award costs to the prosecution. You would recall that the case arose from a petition filed in April 2021 by victims of MBA Forex to the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, seeking intervention in the recovery of their funds. The anti-graft agency subsequently instituted legal action against the defendants on behalf of thousands of affected investors. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us. Now the rest of our stories. Members and supporters of the African Democratic Congress ADC in Rivers State have staged a protest to the office of the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC on Aba Road in Port Harcourt following the delisting of its national leadership led by David Mark and Rauf Aribeshola. The protest, which drew a large turnout of party faithful and supporters, began at the ADC State Secretariat in GRA and proceeded to the INEC office. Demonstrators carried placards bearing inscriptions such as INEC chairman must go, INEC chairman is a disappointment to Nigeria, and Tinubu, Nigeria is not your family property, among others. Presenting the protest letter on behalf of the party's youth wing, the ADC youth leader in River State, Umete Yellow, recalled that on July 29, 2025, the party formally restructured its national leadership in the presence of INEC officials. He questioned the Commission's decision to reverse that process, describing it as an overreach of its statutory role. The party is demanding the immediate recognition, relisting, and restoration of its national leadership. The incoming state chairman of ADC, Chukwudi Dinkba, reaffirmed the party's determination to reposition itself and reclaim political relevance in River State.
Some people say there's no ADC in River State. Are they correct? No! Are we ready to take our state back? Yeah! No, we are hungry. We are angry. Yes. And we are tired. We will take River State back and nobody will intimidate us. They can go on air. They can tell everybody. They can call all the newspapers. They can do TV interviews. They can go to our communities, but they will not stop us from rallying. Yes. The times of intimidation is over. Rivers people, it is over. It is over. ADC.
Speaking to newsmen after the protest, the outgoing state chairman of ADC, leader Samson, expressed strong dissatisfaction with INEC's actions, alleging that the commission's decision undermines democratic principles in Nigeria. He also called for the resignation of the INEC chairman, Joash Amopiton.
We went to INEC today to submit a letter to express our displeasure over the attitude of INEC, because what INEC is doing is to kill democracy in Nigeria. And we are insisting that the INEC national chairman must resign because he has constituted himself as an appendage of APC. APC is a government that wants to kill democracy in Nigeria, and the INEC chairman has constituted himself in a manner that he is now aiding the government in power to kill democracy in Nigeria.
Meanwhile, the administrative secretary of INEC in River State, Angela Ebudai, who received a protest letter on behalf of the resident electoral commissioner, assured the protesters that their concerns would be forwarded to the appropriate authorities for necessary action. Rising costs of building materials in Nigeria has continued to raise fresh concerns among builders and property developers as the overall cost of construction continues to climb nationwide. The surge not only limited to cement alone, but also affects key materials such as rods, wood, and other essential inputs, making housing development increasingly expensive. A Port Harcourt-based real estate developer, Uduako Korea, speaking in an interview with Today FM's Odinaka Celestine, attributed the trend to rising production and operational costs within the sector. He explained that high cost of fuel, particularly diesel and gas, remains a major driver as manufacturers depend heavily on these energy sources, while adding that the weakening naira has further increased the cost of imported materials.
Cement price is going up because the cost of producing is now higher. Fuel like diesel and gas is very expensive and the factory depend on it to run. Also, the naira is weak, so anything they import for production costs more. On top of that, transporting cement from the factory to different places is costly because of fuel and bad road.
Responding on the impact, the courier said the steady rise in prices is taking a serious toll on construction projects and housing affordability, as it has made it increasingly difficult for developers to complete projects on schedule and within budget, forcing many to either delay or scale down their plans. A courier who called on the government to urgently intervene and ease the burden on the sector revealed that the rising cost of construction will ultimately translate into higher rents as developers attempt to recover their investment. On the foreign scene, a report has emerged indicating that the United States war in Iran has cost $25 billion so far. This is according to a senior Pentagon official in his first official estimate of the military's price tag for the conflict. Jules Hurst, who is performing the duties of the controller, told lawmakers on the House Armed Services Committee that most of that money was for ammunitions. Hurst did not detail what the cost estimate included and whether it took into account the projected cost of rebuilding and repairing base infrastructure in the Middle East damaged in the conflict. But it is unclear how the Pentagon arrived at the $25 billion amount, given that the source had told Reuters last month that President Donald Trump's administration estimated that the first 6 days of the war had cost the United States at least $11.3 billion. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth told lawmakers that the cost was justified given the U.S. goal of ensuring Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. Still on the foreign scene, the U.S. House Appropriations Committee has passed provisions in its annual State Department funding bill that impose stricter oversight and conditions on financial assistance to Nigeria. The measures are contained in the fiscal year 2027 National Security Department of State and Related Programs Appropriations Bill passed by the committee. The lawmakers cited President Bola Tinubu's administration's alleged failure to adequately address widespread violence against Christians, including attacks by Fulani ethnic militants and jihadist groups. The proposed legislation did not specify any exact funds committed to Nigeria. Instead, it stipulates that 50% of funds earmarked for Nigeria under the foreign assistance titles will be withheld until it is certified that the government is taking effective steps to curb religious violence. It also demanded that funds must support investigations and prosecutions of violence committed by Fulani militia groups. It further stated that the government must facilitate the safe return of displaced persons. And to end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. The Vice President, Kashim Shettima, has urged the leaders, aspirants and supporters of APC to desist from destructive politics. The federal government has declared May 1st, 2026 as public holiday to mark Workers' Day. We told you that a federal high court sitting in Port Harcourt has adjourned proceedings in alleged advance fee fraud case involving MBA Forex and other defendants to June 3rd, 2026. On the foreign scene, you also heard that over $25 billion loss has been recorded so far in the United States war in Iran. That was the news as edited by Uchendu Ijowo. For comment and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram at TodayFM951, X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube Live Today 95.1 FM. My name is Queen Chima. Thank you so much for listening. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Please listen to this infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Gokoroko. For herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Country man, correct, holistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they we know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Food ground, as every Christmas, I be boundary. Sickness self, sabi medicine, we pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition wey don become ogbarogba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices wey near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is staphylococcal infection. And I have with me in the studio Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Staphylococcal infections do occur in the body system when Staphylococcus bacteria enters into the body system and spread within the body system, destroying body cells. Staphylococcus bacteria are majorly of three types that can afflict men. But of these three, the most pathogenic in nature, that is the one that is capable of causing diseases easily in men, is the Staphylococcus aureus, because it is capable of invading body cells, destroying them, causing different pathological changes in the body. When Staphylococcus bacteria spread in the body system, there are a number of changes that one can experience. This can result to burning sensation within the individual, and this can be seen as fever from time to time, or a situation where there is certain hotness coming from within. There can be skin manifestations in staphylococcal infection that can be given one periodic boils or rashes all over the body. In some people, such rashes can come around the pubic region, or even leading to boils that can lead to blisters or even ulcers on the skin. It is possible for one to experience persistent headache in staphylococcal infection because the body fluid is already contaminated. Staphylococcus, as we know, is a form of bacteria. Any bacteria that is capable of spreading in the body system can lead to reactions in the body that can further damage body tissues. And when this occurs, it is possible for one to experience joint pains in form of infective arthritis. Part of this bacteria can spread deep into the tissues of the heart, affecting the valves of the heart. And when this occurs, you discover that there can be palpitation that some will start witnessing as if they have panic attack. When this is allowed to continue in the body system, it is possible for one to start getting tired easily. There are many people, by walking from one pole to another, they get tired, or by doing just something that is not supposed to be that tasking in terms of energy consumption, they discover that it's as if they don't have enough hair where they are located. All this can be as a result of weakness of the heart, resulting from infection or spread of this bacteria we're talking about. When this bacteria is able to pollute the body fluid, it is possible for one to witness mouth odor. Mouth odor is a form of changes that is called halitosis, where people will start coming up with breath coming from within that is already polluted. There is no amount of time such people wash their mouth, you discover that the breath coming out is very offensive. All this can be as a result of pollution of the body system. It is possible, if any bacteria is able to dwell so long in the body system, to contaminate the whole body fluid and even damage nerves. When nerves are damaged, there can be tiredness. Not only this, it is possible for men to suffer a lot because this can degenerate to a situation where a man is unable to stand like a real man. When a man is unable to stand like a real man, it is seen as a serious challenge because the whole family can be affected. Part of the joy of the relationship can be stolen, and this can cause different rancors in the family. A man that is unable to stand as he should can find it difficult to get arousal. The desire for opposite sex can disappear, and once that arousal is not there, that is the ignition point. It means such a man will not be able to stand like a real man. In some people, the arousal can be there, but you discover that because nerves have been damaged, the transmission from the upper center down to the power point of man, that is in between his two thighs, can be weakened. When such occurs, you discover that such a man can even get arousal or is able to stand, but the type of standing that he has is not strong enough to help him to even get into the act. In some people, they make effort to get into the act, but you discover that they are unable to spend more than a minute or more before they are exhausted. Mind you, before a man can be called a real man, such a man must be able to have the arousal as desired and also be able to sustain the energy he has been able to gather for a considerable length of time. That is when such a man can be able to make his partner happy when it comes to man-to-woman interaction. So such men do suffer from this from time to time. It's after knowing the root cause of the challenge that one will be able to know the right step to take for one to be totally free. Whenever you experience anything that we have been able to mention or other things, it's very important for one to visit a competent health caregiver who will be able to run tests on one and pinpoint where the problem lies and provide solution. For more enlightenment and advice, the number to call is 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you all.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, where they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Quatliman, correct, bekelistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they we know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket, full ground, as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition, we don't become Obarogba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Equator Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
It's that about the day I saw. It's just
Well, a very beautiful afternoon to you. It's still Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, 12:31, Thursday, April 30, 2026. My name is Queen Chima.
And I'm Dawn Wilson. Welcome to the show.
All right, we have guests in the studio as part of government's efforts to ensuring its closeness to you and giving you an understanding of its service to you. Where we have of officers. Well, I asked him earlier. Okay. We have officers from the River State Fire Service who are here to sensitize you on their major responsibilities that they owe you as Rivers people. Also, an opportunity for them to hear from you your concerns as to the fire service, fire service in River State, and also you get a calling, ask a question that you want to ask. Most importantly, very important information as to numbers that you can reach out, call of concerns. You want to understand what their response capacity or capabilities are, recent activities, or even know where their operational bases are in the state, and all of those details you get here with our guest that is live here in the studio.
All right, so we have Assistant Controller of Fire, Ikenna Obasi. He's also the State Controller, Federal Fire Service, River State Command. You're welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
All right, welcome. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming to Today 95.1 FM. I think it was last year, 2025, where the governor talked about a total revitalization of the fire service here in River State. Can we start from there? What was the revitalization like, and what was it all about?
We were trying. Thank you. We were trying to have bring awareness to the public what the fire service is about. The fire service is here to assist in an emergency, and we were also soliciting for public-private partnership, and letting people know that fire is something that can be controlled.
Okay. But I was talking about the revitalization that happened in 2025 with the governor. Some set up revitalization with the fire service. I was asking what it was like and why that has put the Rivers Fire Service equipped to handle any emergency in Rivers State.
That's for the program that was done by the River State Fire Service and the River State government.
Okay.
So we on the Federal Fire Service, we render our support to the River State government.
Okay.
So it's supposed to create more fire stations, to check the equipment, and to know the companies with fire trucks and fire equipment in their various locations. So to close the gap between the response time.
Okay. So basically, what you're saying is you're the Federal Fire Service,
Yes.
and we also have the
River
State Fire Service.
The River State Fire Service.
And somehow, can't the River State Fire Service handle all things fire? Why do they need like a federal oversight?
It's not a federal oversight.
Okay.
The fire service is on a concurrent list.
Okay.
So it's on an activity that can be done by the federal government, the state, the local government, and private companies.
Okay. So let's begin from, what you said earlier, awareness. When someone hears about the Nigerian Fire Service, what do you think should come to their mind? I don't know what you hear comes to their mind, but what do you think should come to their mind? What's the fire service all about?
From what I've heard from some members of the public is we don't come on time, we don't go out with water, and some people actually think we're not trained to handle fire evacuation and emergencies, but that's not true.
Would you blame them? Why do you think that? You've heard, and it's good that you have that information. Do you know why that information is carried on the streets?
Okay, let me start with thinking that we're not trained as firefighters. I joined this work in 2011, and I was trained in National Fire Academy in Sheda, Abuja. And it was a 4-month intensive training. So we went through the parade drill, the fire drill, and it's not something we joke with, because as a rescuer, you cannot go into an incident and then become a victim. That's on the aspect of the training. Then we're not coming out on time. I've noticed that most people don't have our emergency numbers. I've been at a place where there was a car fire, and I decided to park my car and call the nearest fire station and waited for them. It took them 10 minutes from the station, but that was the station I worked in Abuja.
Okay.
While I was in Abuja, and they came in. So when they were coming, the people who were there were like, see them now, they come. I was like, okay, did you call them? I asked, who called them here? Nobody. I said, I called them. So take the number. I actually started giving people the numbers there and then. So that's on the area of the number. Then we're not having water in our fire truck. And that's not possible. In fact, it's an offense. The Honorable Minister of Interior will actually take it as a big offense. After each fire incident, we must refill the tank with water before coming back to the station.
Okay.
And that's another challenge we have, like hydrant point within the state. But we must make sure we look for a point to refill with water before coming back, because you never can tell on your way coming back to the fire station, there might be another call, emergency call, and you just turn out from the road.
So You talked about Abuja. You said in 10 minutes they were able to get there. I know Abuja has a really great road network. What are the constraints for River State? And being the Federal Fire Service, what have you guys put on ground to make sure that there are fire service stations at various points in River State so that response can be somewhat swift?
Okay, we have our stakeholders, which are the River State Fire Service, the private companies, the Army, and some other institutions have their fire truck.
Okay.
We have a collaboration with them.
Okay.
That, let's say, for instance, Choba, Indomie is close around there. They have a fire truck.
All right.
Our office is at Romola. So we could call them and say, please, you're the nearest fire station to this incident.
Okay.
Help us attend to this while we are on our way.
So there's that synergy.
Yeah, that synergy between agencies. So, and hopefully we're having an international firefighters day coming up soon, and all those stakeholders are going to be there.
Okay. I since you're you're an officer from the Federal Fire Service, I think a program like that should be aired live on the radio, right? So that the listener they can fully participate and understand what it is. Like, I can't remember the last time I saw officers from the Federal Service go for sensitization like this, because sometimes these things erode people's minds. They don't even know what it is about and how all of this functions. What is the responsibility of private organizations, to ensuring safety? Because you already talked about partnership and synergy with some organizations. This is Today 95.1 FM, and then several other organizations. Do they have like a responsibility to ensuring that there is safety in the case of fire emergencies?
Okay, thank you for that beautiful question. Safety is everybody's responsibility. As we go out to work, we spend more time in our offices than we do at home, and our loved ones would love to see us return back home the same way we left. So in most of these big establishments, multinational, national big establishments, they have international best practices.
Okay.
And they have safety regulation. Most of them adhere to those safety regulations, and we actually inspect those facilities.
Okay.
We do it on other federal regulators also inspect those facilities. So in some facilities, some are big enough that they require a fire station and a fire truck.
Oh. On site?
Yeah, on site.
Okay.
Yes. Some are actually big enough.
Maybe like 200 employees or 100 employees? Is there like is it the size
not just
of
the employees, but the territory, the premises of the place. I don't want to mention the names of those companies, but they have those on ground. And the ones that are not big enough, they make sure visual and audio alarm systems. They have marked territories for people that walk, for vehicle movement. Some even from the gate, they tell you without your seatbelt you can't enter the premises and all that. So those companies actually do those preparations. So we monitor and compliance, and we have that relationship with them. But if the community have an issue, an emergency, we actually advise them. You have this safety compliance, this safety mindset. Extend it to the community around you, so that they can know what to do when it comes to fire safety. Or you can extend your hand, this corporate social responsibility to the community around you. And most of them have been helpful.
All right. So speaking of corporate responsibility and all of that, you talked about IOCs. I'm pretty sure you guys also go to banks. What about schools? Because I'm not too sure fire service officials go to schools to make sure that they are up to par when it comes to fire codes.
We do go to schools.
Okay.
And by schools, you mean
secondary schools,
universities, and all of that?
Yeah. We're launching. That's why we're having the International Firefighters Day.
Okay.
To bring happening on the 4th of May at the Federal Secretariat, and that's where our office is.
Mhm.
So we're going to use that avenue to also talk to the federal regulators. And we're also going to use that avenue to also talk to private people. We have a department responsible for inspection.
Okay.
We also have a department responsible for enforcement.
Okay.
Last year we have our fire safety week, and we actually went to schools
Okay.
to sensitize them. We call it sensitization. So we are very conscious of parents and their children, but as we go on, we'll continue to make sure we get better and better.
So how regular are these sensitization? Because like Queen has already established, there's a lot of ignorance there. You also said it, some people didn't even have the numbers to begin with. So how regular do you guys do this awareness campaign so that people can always have you in mind?
As regular as we need to do it. Like I'm here now, and you have a large reach.
Yeah.
And I believe people who are listening to it, who have never thought about safety or fire safety, will now begin to think about it. It's going to enter into their conscious and subconscious mind. So this is part of our program.
So what about, there was some shops around where I live burnt. And I think it was due to somebody's negligence. Maybe they didn't turn something off, or the way it was built, like some of these shanties and stuff. How is it that, I don't know if you said concurrent list. Do you guys go around the state and look out for buildings that could possibly spark fires and say, okay, this has to be demolished, you people have to move out and all of that?
Is it in your purview?
Yeah.
Yeah, we go out to do inspections. That's the work of the inspection department.
Okay.
We also go out to do enforcement, and we work together with the state. We have because we have the federal and we have the state.
Okay.
With the federal, we have our jurisdictions.
Oh.
When you talked about those shops and all that falls under the state fire service.
All right.
And they've been doing a very fine job.
Okay.
Going about that, and some areas that fall under the local government. I can't really, I know they do their best. But we on the federal, because of our jurisdiction, within our area of jurisdiction, we actually do our job and we work with the state fire service.
All right. Well, we've been speaking to officer from the Federal Fire Service, and you've heard him talk about all that they've been doing in the state. Maybe you're wondering that it's not enough, or there are concerns that you have, or even questions that you have to ask the officer here. Of course, he'll give a response to it. You can call the number 0810 9510951. That's the number you can call, 0810-951-0951. You can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. You're listening to Today 95.1 FM. All right, officer, you did talk about the State Fire Service doing a great job. Talked about collaboration. Oh, we have another call. Let's take it first. Welcome to Today FM.
Well, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Onu Samuel, calling from Port Harcourt.
Please go on, Unu Samuel.
Yes. I want to ask the Federal Fire Service Agency in your studio, why is it that their service, they offer skeleton services in the state? Because as far as I'm concerned, I'm from River State, and I've not gotten or seen the impact of Federal Fire Service rendering services to the public. What we observe, if there is any fire outbreak in any areas of the state or the city, is either you have Shell or you have Total or probably the state. But when it comes to the fire service representing the federal aspect, their services is so slim that it's not being felt. I'm sorry if I could, if I'm going in a way that you don't like, but we have to tell ourselves the truth. Number one, your stations, nobody will know your station. If your station is within the federal secretariat or which location is not known to the citizens and the residents of Rivers State.
All right.
The only thing we are so used to is other states, Shell, F, Ajib, and the rest of the multinationals. So it should tell us if their office is attached to federal secretariat or they have a specific places they have the office in operation. Thank you very much.
All right. You want to give a response to that?
Thank you very much, sir, for your question. The truth is, most of the emergency calls come to our office, and we in turn return our Shell to that location. Shell, Ajib, Total that you mentioned, Indoroma, other stations. So we work with them. Sometimes they may tell us they want us to be there before they go there because of incidents we've had in the past of mob attacks. So we actually, on the area of our impact, we're actually trying to make our impact felt, which is one of the most reasons why I am here today.
All right, let's take this call. Welcome to Today FM.
Hello. Good afternoon, Today FM.
Good afternoon.
This is Dakuku from my pocket. Service, listen, I want to ask you, why the fire service, this have to be in one particular place? Why, like River State, let me give us a case study. Why we have a lot of local governments in the state, where we are having one being in the room of the Maya. If there's a fire in a chair, how can they be able to relocate fastly, be able to quench the light? Why not establish it to each local government one, so that they will be able to have equipment in that area, so that when there is fire outbreak in any place, they're able to rush up. That's what I'm going to ask him. Why the federal government cannot do it like that? Let me stop here. Thank you. This is Cooper of Okechukwu.
All right.
Thank you. We're actually trying to reach out. We've had a few meetings with some local government chairman, and we're trying to have more meetings with the local government chairman and senators and House of Rep, so that they can have this as their constituency project.
Okay.
To have fire stations and have more reach. So I understand your concern, and we're actually working on it. For the state fire service, have more reach than we do, but we are all working together. Fire service, anywhere we are one.
Okay. All right. While we get more calls or even check text messages, what's the overview of? Should I call it fire literacy on
the parts of civilians?
People, in River State. You've been here for I don't know how long.
For maybe 6 months.
6 months. So I don't know if you have.
So you're relieving someone else.
Yes,
it's not that your office has just been opened 6 months
ago. No, I'm
relieving
relieving someone else. But fire service I've been here for I think about 10 years.
I don't know if you've gone through the books, right? Your books, but what do you think is the fire alertness or literacy or awareness of Rivers people? Do you think it's something
up to standard?
I think it's something that actually needs to be worked on.
Okay.
For instance, people see fire as it's not my portion.
Okay.
It's not going to happen to me, God forbid. But fire is a good servant and also a good master. I mean, a bad master and a good servant. If you use the fire well, it will cook your meal. But if the fire is out of control, you will be the one that will be cooked. People should actually give the fire truck right of way.
Okay.
The time you have to actually speak into the megaphone and be communicating with the vehicle to give way before people with the siren, with the truck right behind them, they're struggling to give way. And fire service, fire officers or firefighters shouldn't be attacked for doing their job.
Okay.
They are not the one that set the fire. They are actually coming to help. Sometimes the travel distance between the station and like the last caller was trying to make, the travel distance between the station and the incident scene might be far, but we're actually coming to assist. So don't attack.
When you talk about attack, have there been incidences of attack?
Yeah, there have been a few incidents in River State.
Mm.
There have been a few. And those areas have actually been blacklisted.
When you say blacklisted, that means if there's another fire, nobody's going there.
We will not go there without the police clearance.
Okay.
Without police clearance or escort.
Is that constitutional? And is that for the sake of expediency, would that be effective? There's a fire, you have to first go to the police officers, follow me. The houses would have burnt down by then, don't you think?
We have to. We are also human beings.
Definitely.
We are also parents, brothers, sisters.
Was the situation that bad?
Yeah, it was bad. His hand was almost cut off.
A fire
officer's hand was almost cut off, just for getting to the fire scene, and they were not happy with it. And you can't really blame the way some fires spread in some areas where you have shanties or bacha houses, and the road is narrow for the fire truck to actually. Sometimes you get to the road, you start looking for the owner of the car to move the vehicle so that the truck can have more access to the place.
Okay, so can you shed more light? I've watched a couple of fire series, and many times we're made to understand that fire has a mind of its own, so that the people listening can understand that sometimes even if the fire service gets there fast enough, because of maybe wind or location or type of material used to build the house or something, there's nothing more that can be done than to just contain the fire and let it burn itself out or something.
Yeah, very true. Very true. We have something we call fire behavior.
Okay.
And as you rightly said, the wind direction matters, the building materials matter, and if there's someone inside, it actually matters because we try to get the person inside out first.
Oh wow! Okay.
We do everything we can to save
life,
savable life.
Okay.
And if the building, we cannot save the building again, we now try to protect the other buildings from
getting affected,
catching fire.
So maybe that's where the venting might come from.
Yes,
where they now get angry at you guys.
Yeah.
And some people store raw materials in their houses.
Yeah.
Even till now, they still even up despite
and that shouldn't be done,
hazard,
right?
It shouldn't be.
It's wrong to do that.
Yes.
All right. So, what are those fire? What are those fire safety tips you want to give, and then we get you to give out the toll numbers for people who already have their pen and papers to take note of. What are some fire safety tips that you think people should be aware of off their head?
Okay. For those who are into real estate or your building, consider your building materials.
Okay.
The type of building. People like to make things look beautiful. You have wallpaper, those things can actually burn fast. They spread fire fast. You have some POP. Some people use inferior POP materials.
Inferior, okay.
And people should consider who does the electrical work. Don't do cheap labor or cheap wire.
Okay.
Consider your distribution box. Get an expert. Look at the nearest nearest point to the fire extinguishers.
Okay.
But every home should have a fire extinguisher.
Every home.
And every home should have a smoke detector.
Okay.
Because if you're not at home and there's a fire in a particular location in the home, that sound that the smoke detector makes is irritating. That's how it goes. So anybody what is making that noise, they won't take it off. So consider that. Don't just do anything. And if you're building, get a safety officer.
From the fire service?
Yes, to look at your building plan and give certain advice.
Do people really do that?
Yes, we have that.
A lot
we
of
do that,
people,
yes.
I mean, a lot of people do this, get safety officers.
I doubt a lot of people do
Not
this.
a lot of people.
Because this is quite new.
But then if we want to have filling station or gas plant,
okay, it's
you
compulsory.
have to vet your plan.
Okay.
But now you're saying even for building your residential...
for estates, for people who are
get
into
a safety
estates
officer.
Most estates don't even consider their safety. They just build one solid building. They don't even have then they put a police post in the estate.
Okay.
No plan for fire emergency. No plan for safety.
Okay.
Let's take the toll numbers as we wrap up. The numbers that people can reach out to in the case of emergency.
Okay. The number, our emergency number is 081 692 504 35.
Okay.
I can take it again.
Yes, please.
081 692 504 35. This is the emergency number of River State Fire Service. Of Federal Fire Service, River State Command.
Okay. Chisom, your message is just coming and we have to go, but we'll drop the numbers with you. You can call and make inquiries of these questions. He's asking about your usage of drones to quench fire.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Yes.
That you should have moved past trucks and all usage of
drones.
Yeah, he talked about drones. Because of the narrow road and all of that,
it sounds very like a fantastic idea, but it's not practical now.
All right, that's it. Thank you so much, officer. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, we've been speaking with Assistant Controller of Fire Ikenna Obasi. He's the State Controller, Federal Fire Service, River State Command. Thank you for giving us a moment of your time.
Well, thank you for having me.
And the event is in 4 days.
4th of May.
4th of May.
Yeah, at the Federal Secretariat.
All right.
Yes.
Are people invited? Like you have?
Yes.
So it's open to the public.
Yeah, it's open.
All right. Thank you so much and have a great day. I'm Queen Chima.
And I'm Dawn Wilson. Good afternoon.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.